All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Sunday. Hope y'all are doing well. Yo, what's up here, Amy? Tis the season. Gotta get Kaufman back into being in your top used emotes. It's a good one. The expression is so versatile. I feel like the faces and expressions of the character models in Silent Hill 1. There's a lot of good ones. There's a lot of really good ones. And I feel like they make for good emotes because the character designs and stuff were made for a game that people, we were playing it back in the day on little CRT TVs. So I feel like there's a certain attention to kind of the artistry of it to make it come through even on like a small screen. A lot of that stuff tends to scale down pretty well for emotes, where you can still recognize a facial expression and stuff like that. What's up, Pastry Fun Tube? Hey, Clappy Coon. What's up, Cypher? Got here on time. Very nice. You get to catch it from the very beginning today. How you doing, Nora? What's up, Nalgaya? Hey, Goddess of Day. Whenever you're gonna stream the Game Awards, there's a chance they announce something about Silent Hill 1 Remake, but they didn't have a trailer. I mean, possibly. When is Game Awards? I usually don't keep up with this stuff too much. Probably should after this point. On Thursday. Yeah, this Thursday at like 7:30 p.m. Yeah, I'll probably watch Game Awards. Just in case. It would be cool to get a trailer or some updates or some info on anything Silent Hill at this point. Silent Hill 1 Remake, Silent Hill Townfall. What's your favorite to win Game of the Year? I'm looking at the nominees right now. So, nominees are Claire Obscure Expedition 33, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Hades 2, Hollow Knight Silksong, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Well, that should narrow down what my favorite to win is. Because in that entire list, I only played one of those games. And I've seen very little of everything else. I've seen a little bit of Expedition 33. I've seen a little bit of Donkey Kong. I've seen a little bit of Silk Song. I haven't seen anything of Hades 2, really. I haven't seen anything of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And I played and loved Death Stranding 2. It was more Death Stranding. And it got even fucking wackier in some points. Which is always fun to see what is Kojima going to do to, like, outdo himself in terms of crazy, silly shit. So yeah, it probably won't win, but I would be going for Death Stranding 2. My guess is Expedition 33. I've heard so many people praise that game, and I've watched gameplay and stuff of it. I've seen a few people streaming it, and when I was dealing with a lot of my health issues and I wasn't really able to stream this year, dealing with anxiety and high blood pressure and stuff like that, I wanted to have games to play on my downtime, especially when I was adjusting to my medication the first couple of months, where I just felt like I couldn't really move out of the couch. And I was playing, going through and replaying Final Fantasy games. So I wound up playing and finishing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and then I went and did Final Fantasy IX and Final Fantasy X. And in between going through all of those, I was watching people play Expedition 33. And it was definitely one of those games that I was like, I really need to get around to this with all of this Final Fantasy stuff. Because I was playing Final Fantasy, and then Rachel was playing Persona. She was going through, I think, Persona 4. So we were literally playing like the two series that Expedition sort of pulls the most influence from around the time when that game came out. So I was like, really need to get around to playing this because it looks really good. And I still have yet to. Final Fantasy lore nub arc. I've considered it, but I have it's one of those things that's so risky, you know. I have a hard enough time paying bills as it is, and I've sort of cultivated a horror and Silent Hill audience over the last 11 years of doing this. And there's a lot of other series out there that I really love. I love the Final Fantasy series. I would absolutely go through and play all of the Final Fantasy games and stream them and narrate them and talk about the lore. And it's not a series that I know as intimately as something like Silent Hill, but I still know the games and the lore and some trivia and stuff because I'm a big fan of it. So like, I would definitely consider that if it weren't for the fact that 98% of the audience that we've sort of built up here would not stick around and watch that. They would not stick around and watch that, unfortunately. You should do it. Trust me, I would have fun doing it, and I know like all 13 of you that would watch me would enjoy it. But pretty sure we'd lose the house. That's the sad reality of it. Because when I do anything outside of Silent Hill, like that's just kind of always how it winds up being. Even stuff that is relatively like Silent Hill adjacent. Stuff like Death Stranding, which I feel like has a lot of that interesting world building and lore, and a lot of that interesting stuff to kind of get into and talk about. You've got Hideo Kojima behind it, who made PT. So you've got a little bit of a Silent Hill kind of connection there. And when I went through stuff like Death Stranding 2, like viewership for those streams and for those YouTube videos and stuff is like a fifth of what it usually is if I'm playing anything Silent Hill. And then stuff like Chronos. I figured a lot of people would be super into seeing Chronos. And when Chronos: The New Dawn came out and I played through that, again, viewership was probably like halfway. Maybe about half what it usually is for Silent Hill games. And then the VODs, it's like a tenth of the views. People really weren't interested in Chronos. Did I change my mic? I did work on it. I didn't change it. It's the same mic. But I've been tinkering with it a little bit this morning. I changed my setup a little bit. I readjusted some settings on my mixer. I found a different cable and swapped out the cable. And I did my best to see if I could like sort of epoxy some of the actual port so that it's not quite so loose and janky. So mic might sound a little bit different, but hopefully it won't blow people's ears out if I, look at it wrong, because that's been a problem for a little while. Final Fantasy fans will join and talk your head off about the series. I mean, that's the thing too, is like there's definitely going to be a lot of people who know more about Final Fantasy and are much more experts when it comes to that series. Like, I'm a fan of it, but I'm definitely not. It's not to where I am with Silent Hill. Like Silent Hill, I'm like knowledgeable enough about the series that I've kind of recognized, like, there's not a whole lot of other people out there that really do what I do with those games, in terms of just knowledge off the top of my head. The difference is there are a lot of YouTubers and stuff who are very good researchers and very good editors and stuff, who are still good at compiling information and presenting it much better than I am. But I don't know. It all just comes from a place of passion. I don't really care about it too much either way. I've just spent a lifetime of playing video games, and those are some of the series that I've played the most of. Final Fantasy, Silent Hill, Metal Gear Solid. Resident Evil. But I've also gone through a lot of like different phases with games. Like, I've had parts of my life where pretty much all I was playing was RPGs. I'd mostly be playing Final Fantasy XI or Phantasy Star Online or some sort of MMO. And then on the side from that, I would usually be playing some sort of single player RPGs. So there was a lot of years where that was like mostly what I played. Fighting games. I've spent a good chunk of my life playing a lot of fighting games as well. And I started getting more competitive and playing tournaments and stuff around the start of like Street Fighter 4, like 2008, 2009. I went to EVO 2012 and 2013 for for Street Fighter and a bunch of other side games, Marvel 3, Skullgirls, and some other tournaments and stuff here and there. Whenever I think of Silent Hill, you and Dog are the first to come to mind. At least the most I'm stoked on watching. Thank you, Dylan. Yeah, I love Three Dog. Three Dog he's one of those people who I've been watching on Twitch for such a long time. I've always really, really appreciated what he winds up, just what he does, like his personality, and again, his amount of knowledge when it comes to the Metal Gear Solid series and the Silent Hill series. That was one of those things that I really enjoyed about watching his streams, and then when I started streaming back in the day as well, where we've been watching each other for a long time, so it was always fun being in Dog's chat and like feeling like I know a lot about, you know, Metal Gear Solid 2, and then Dog will show me something that I've never seen before, or share some bit of information I had no idea about. And likewise, the same thing would happen with Dog and me with Silent Hill. It's always cool finding other people who are passionate and knowledgeable about the same things, who can still teach you stuff even when you feel like you know so much already. That's always a fun feeling. Is Ascension on your all games backwards list? It's in the maybe column right now. I don't know what we're going to do for Ascension, and I don't know what we're going to do for Book of Memories. We might just skip them. We'll see how we're feeling when we get to them. But we've got Silent Hill 2 Remake today. And then, depending on how long it takes to go through Silent Hill 2 Remake, either after that, we'll go through Short Message today as well. Or we'll do Short Message tomorrow. And Short Message is, as the name implies, pretty short. You can finish it in a couple hours. Even going over all the notes and story and little bits that there are. There's not much to it, so... But then after Short Message, we have Ascension and Book of Memories in a nice little chunk where we had a long stretch of 2012 up until 2022 where there just wasn't anything Silent Hill happening at all, where there was just nothing. And the tail end of the first half of the games before that period of nothing was Book of Memories. And then the start of the revival of the series after all of that was Ascension. So there's like these two, arguably the two worst things in the franchise are technically back to back, even though they're separated by like a decade of nothing. But in terms of like going backwards through the series, I don't know. Ascension and Book of Memories. We just do both. We just do both at the same time. We'll have Book of Memories in a little window, and I'm not going to play it. I'll make Rachel play it. She offered to play it, and I just have to sit and do commentary. And while she's grinding through Book of Memories, we'll have Ascension on in the background as well. We'll just do both. Ascension isn't even an actual Silent Hill game. It's a mini-series. Yeah, it is just a mini-series. There's not any interactable element or anything anymore. The mini-games are not preserved. How sad. I know. We can't play stones. We can't go fishing. We can't do car engine repair. We can't play guitar. Never again. Didn't know what we had until it was gone. But yeah, Ascension is just the episodes now. Edited versions of the episodes too, by the way. Because if you watch them through GenVid's YouTube channel, or if you watch them through Tubi, a lot of the cameo characters are different. They swapped them out with different models and removed the names from popping up whenever the cameos are there. Tassadul Erasure. I don't think any of the versions that changed it actually removed Tassadul. I'm pretty sure it's his character model in all of them. You don't see the name, I think, on Tubi. They have the names removed. Cameos were the best part of Ascension. They were hilarious. I mean, on the one hand, like, there's concepts there that were kind of neat ideas. The idea, seeing somebody like Tassadul, seeing people who are in our community show up in the little cameo sections. My wife's character wound up getting a cameo after, like, 3 weeks after she deleted her account. Or 2 weeks or something like that. Because that was one of the things we discovered they were doing with Ascension, is they were inflating the numbers, and a lot of people who made accounts and then deleted them, they were still puppeting those accounts to make it look like more people were interacting with Ascension than actually were. So they would just have puppet accounts that were already deleted, still trying to be cameos and still voting for stuff. So, like, my wife's account showed up as a cameo after she deleted everything. It was an interesting concept. It was a very interesting concept. And if you had people who legitimately were passionate about making it work, instead of people who just wanted to sort of pull off a scam, working on it, I think it could have been really cool. But unfortunately, it was a scam. It's a scam that GenVid just continues running. They've literally done it 4 times now. I can't remember if the other one's out yet. But the exact same concept. Same model, same everything. They originally did a Walking Dead one, and I think it was like Facebook only. And it was the same exact thing. You know, you watch scenes, you vote on outcomes as a group with everybody else. There's little gameplay, interactive elements. You earn points by playing the games, and you use them to vote on different things. It was the exact same model and everything. So there was a Walking Dead game that GenVid did first, and then they did Silent Hill Ascension, and it's either still going, I'm not sure, I don't keep up with this, but there's a DC one, or yeah, it's like a Justice League. Same exact thing, same model, interactive games, earn points, vote on outcomes, crowd controlled story, blah blah blah. And they had a Borderlands one that was planned, and I think that happens after DC, I guess, or may have started. It may have happened already. Might have been canceled. I don't know. I don't keep up with it. But at one point they had a
What?
At one point they had the Borderlands one. But they just kind of keep doing the same thing over and over. Dean Automata. Welcome. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much for that support. Thank you, thank you. It was legit fun to get a bunch of animators together and just laugh and cringe for a few hours. I think that's probably the best way to approach something like Silent Hill Ascension. If you have an eye for those kinds of things, if you've got a good eye for shitty animations and you kind of know what stuff to look for, and if you've got a good ear for like terrible voice performances, there is stuff that is so astoundingly bad all throughout Ascension that it's at least sort of fascinating in that regard, to the point where everybody swears that it was AI. The CEO stated up and down publicly that they didn't use any generative AI for their art or the scripts or performances or anything, but there's some of those voice performances where it sounds like text-to-speech. The deliveries are so weird. There's animations where it's like stuff is phasing and clipping and running at wrong speeds, and stuff will just pop in and out of like renders just work and then don't work. There's a lot of weird stuff going on with Ascension. But oh my god, that was one of the most painful things when I was trying to keep up with it daily. Like, honestly, if we include Ascension in this sort of marathon this month, it's not the worst thing in the world when you're just kind of sitting and watching it all together. Again, if you're sitting around with a bunch of Silent Hill fans and making fun of it, it can be a little bit fun. But, like, going through it every day when it was happening live was so painful. It was so painful. That like first 5 weeks or whatever that we kept up with it, and we were just, all right, here we go, log in, let's fucking play stones and get points and vote and watch our 48-second clip of the episode for the day after the developers would come on and talk about nonsense for fucking 20 minutes before and after the 48-second clip. And then the running chasing segments that we found don't actually do anything, and you got the most points if you just didn't interact at all. Like, what a fucking fever dream that was. What an absolute fever dream that was. Like, I legitimately started losing my mind that month where Ascension was going on. I was desperately just trying to make the streams be entertaining because Ascension was so awful. I was like, I gotta do something, man. I gotta do something. This can't be me just watching this because it's just so bad. So I started like doing the sort of like podcasty segments with Yurimi, and I made like a website where we were making parodies of what Ascension was doing. That's why we have scam points now in the channel. I didn't have channel points on for a very long time in my stream, and then Ascension is what made me turn on channel points. And I was like, hey, this will give us something to do. And these are, I'll call them scam points, model it after the influence points of Ascension. Yeah, the Nub Zombie interactive live experience. That said, that was just me being desperate because Ascension was so awful. We were so hyped up because Silent Hill was back, baby. Nothing for a decade, and then Silent Hill is back. And we were so hyped up. And Ascension is what we got. And after the first couple of days, I was like, oh man, what am I going to do? It's horrible. That's a scary thing. I don't know. I don't know how many people can relate with that, but when when a big chunk of your life is streaming a particular video game series, and that series has had no new entries for a decade, and then the first new thing is like essentially the worst thing in the franchise. That's very, very terrifying as a streamer. As somebody who like focuses around that, where I'm just like, oh my god, it's so fucking horrible. What are we gonna do? I made AI generated podcast host parody versions of me and Hirimi to discuss the topic of AI and artistry in video games. And I did an entire end of Evangelion style ending with credits and an exorcism. I lost my mind. I lost my mind with Ascension. Book of Memories in Ascension. Like, most of the time when I'm playing these games, I'm just like, I feel like I'm pretty chill. I'm just a passionate fan talking about Silent Hill games that I like or dislike, even when it's like something like Origins or Downpour, where I'm like, I don't like those games, but they don't drive me insane when I'm fucking going through them to where I'm like doing other crazy stuff. Book of Memories made me set it on fire. It made me want to burn it. And Ascension made me create an entire like fictional story around my channel with a website and mini games and credits. Those things were so bad they just drove me insane. If we can come back from that and go to Silent Hill 2 Remake, that's the ultimate comeback. That was ultimately like the nice thing to happen afterwards. It's like we got Ascension, which was horrible, and then we got Short Message, which was, you know, meh. Not very good. It wasn't awful, like it wasn't something maddening, but it wasn't very good either. And then we got Silent Hill 2 Remake. And Remake wound up being the big winner. Very surprised still at how good Silent Hill 2 Remake wound up being. I had such low expectations based on everything Bloober Team did and how big of a task it is to adapt something like Silent Hill 2 Remake. Or just to adapt Silent Hill 2, rather, into a remake. And I think they found a nice way of doing it. I think they found a way to do it that played to their strengths as a studio, as developers. that had a lot of... It felt like it had a lot of respect for the original, while still making changes and doing things on its own. And for the most part, none of those changes felt, you know, too horrible. Some of the changes were really interesting. Some of them were, like, genuinely stuff I like. Some other stuff, not so much. But ultimately, it felt like a real Silent Hill 2 love letter from people who legitimately are big fans of it. The fact that there was so many references to not only the original Silent Hill 2, but so many other things in the series, as well as so many fan theories, things that are not even official, that they put little nods and winks and references towards. Stuff like that's really cool, because it acknowledges the fandom and the community beyond just, like, the really surface level fan service type of stuff. Because that's a difficult line to walk, where you're including fan service for the sake of fan service, and then including fan service because you yourself as a developer are a fan, and you want to include stuff that you are a fan of and things that you like. And I think Silent Hill 2 Remake managed to do that really well. It's a really nice companion to the original without trying to overwrite it. And with that said, let's play it. That's what we're going to do today. We're going to play that game I'm talking so much about. The best thing out of the new series revival, I would say. Ascension distracted us. I mean, it happens. The Burning Ritual skipped Ascension and made Remake good. Grab my headphones. All right. Is this going to be fresh New Game or New Game Plus? That's always the question, isn't it? I like New Game Plus. I really like New Game Plus. Love me the chainsaw. I like having multiple endings easily and openly available on a single playthrough, and New Game Plus opens up a lot more of that. Yeah, we'll just do New Game Plus. I feel like it's just kind of better all around. Solid Snake 88. Thank you so much for the 42 months. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the support. What's up, Oleander? Hey, Jadu Kingu. Japanese audio? I mean, we could. I've done multiple Japanese audio playthroughs of this. It's always kind of funny, especially since we just did Silent Hill F yesterday in English, and then today we're going to play this game in Japanese, maybe. I think we'll do English. I think the last time I played Silent Hill 2 Remake, which wasn't that long ago, we played it in Japanese. I want to hear the English dub again. Yeah, when I was doing speedrun attempts. My speedrun learning, which I still need to get back to that at some point. Hey, Soapy Bubbles. Am I playing all the games or mainline games? I mean, everything with the exception of Silent Hill Orphan 1, 2, and 3 on the phone, and Silent Hill The Escape and the Pachinko machine. So, like, yesterday we played Silent Hill F. Today I'm gonna play Silent Hill 2 Remake. We'll probably cover Ascension and Book of Memories. I'll definitely be doing Short Message. We'll be doing Downpour, Shattered Memories, Homecoming, Origins, the arcade game, 4, 3, 2, play novel, and 1. And mind you, I've played all these games before, many times. This is my favorite series in the world. So, yeah, comprehensive is kind of what I do with Silent Hill. I play all the games in the series. We do in-depth story playthroughs. I speedrun most of them. But the last couple months I've been focusing on just the newest ones that have come out, Silent Hill F and Silent Hill 2 Remake. And I did a playthrough of 1, 2, 3, and 4 a few months ago, so like those we've gone through recently, and the new stuff we've gone through recently, but all that stuff kind of in the middle, like Origins up through Short Message. We don't really touch those as often. So, yeah, why not? Just curious about this specific run. Yeah, and this is not all going to be one sitting. Of course. We're streaming about one game per day. Shorter games are going to get lumped in with other longer games. So like yesterday was just Silent Hill F. Today is just Silent Hill 2 Remake. Depending on how quickly I get through it. If we get through faster than I'm expecting and I still feel like I can go for a few more hours by the time I'm done with this, we might go ahead and do Short Message, but we'll see. Read somewhere about his wedding ring going down the drain in this opening. So you hear like a little bit of metal, kind of like a clank and a squeak at the very start of that cutscene. I always kind of assumed it was just the sound of the faucet being turned on, but some people speculate that that's him losing his wedding ring, and you do see like the tan line
in this town.
You do see the tan line of it on his finger where it's missing.
restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Could Mary really be here? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
No. Roll credits. Thank you for coming to my Silent Hill 2 lore playthrough. Nope, she's not really here waiting for you. So badly, I wish we had more light in this intro. I'm playing on PS5, by the way. Regular PS5, not PS5 Pro. But most of the time when I've played this, I've been playing it on PC. I had to hook up the capture card and PS5 and everything for short message anyway. We're playing it on console today. I am decayed like a garment that is moth-eaten. Bible quotes from Job written on the walls. The hands fashioned and made and then turn around and destroyed me. Our little details here that are all in the bathroom in the original. I love how much attention these are the types of details like that Bloober Team kept so many of these environmental little bits of graffiti and little references so faithfully recreated to the point where it almost looks like the original texture. And it can't be. Like, they couldn't have used those and just like AI upscaled them or anything. It just wouldn't look right. They'd have to recreate all of these themselves. But they managed to make so many of them look so close to the original. It's so impressive. Our demon Lilith, our drawing of Lilith. Over on that little bit of the toilet. Nub have a graphical question. Notice when playing on PS5 that James has a trail when he moves and cannot figure out how to get rid of it. Not sure if it's because I'm playing off a disc or if there's a graphical setting I'm doing wrong. I mean, there's not too many graphical settings that you can even really change. But yeah, you can see little trails with like the leaves blowing around and some of the situations, some of the particle effects. Yeah, there you can see like that little trail behind those leaves as they go in front of the wet street. yeah, there's not much you can really do about it, unfortunately. Not on console. On PC, there's mods and settings and stuff you can mess around with to not really get that. But yeah, you see the same thing happen with James, depending on the lighting of the area that he's in. Have map. Even without a cam hack or any fancy tools like we've got on the PC version, I like that you can still get a little bit of a glimpse back there, enough to see the pattern of the blanket. You don't quite get the full scope of like the human-shaped character model underneath it, but you can see a little bit of that presence of the blanket and something under it in the back seat. Just enough through the little cracks between the seats. Yeah, this blanket you can find on the couch in Woodside. You can find the same forget-me-not texture in some other things in the assets as well. We found that that sort of stuff in a lot of places when we were doing the cam hack playthrough. Billboard for Pete's Bolorama. I like the way that they did go through and recreate a lot of these assets, and they kind of made them look older. They did sort of age up a lot of aspects of the game, like not just James himself, and they kind of toned it down based on the original trailers, where they did have James looking a little bit older, a little bit closer to Luke Roberts, his model, the actor that portrays him. But yeah, it feels like they made a lot of the signs and things kind of extra rusty and rotted away. Everything looks older. Everything got 20 years older. That's definitely what they kind of are playing up in terms of the remake. It's one of those things that's going to be forever somewhat of a debate and somewhat frustrating among fans because of the loop theory, which that already asked. I saw that was in chat. I think Soapy asked. Yeah, Soapy asked what was my opinion on the time loop theory. So, ideas on the time loop theory. There's an interview with the Bloober Team developers where they said, apart from just all the research that they did into the official games and lore and everything like that, they also did a lot of research into fan theories, delving into forums and fan theories, and they wanted to include as many popular fan theories, little references and nods to as many popular fan theories that they could, even ones that they themselves didn't necessarily agree with, because they wanted to make something that has little references that all types of fans would be able to recognize and appreciate. So there's that interview of them talking about, of the devs themselves talking about going out of their way and doing all of these little references to fan theories. So I've been a fan of these games since the original, and I was one of those fans on the early, video game forums and bulletin board systems and sites and things like that from the early 2000s. So as someone who's personally been through it and remembers a lot of those theories, you can definitely tell that Bloober Team went through and looked up a lot of that stuff, where they put little references and nods to it. You've got Maria in Heaven's Night in the remake kind of going on to the stripper pole for a moment. She doesn't actually do a dance or a striptease or anything, but she sort of acts like she's going to and then says she's just kidding. That's an old fan theory. That's an old fan rumor that there was like a secret code or a series of events and, you know, such and such that you could do in a playthrough once you beat the game 50 times and put in the Konami code and do this and do that you can get Maria to do a striptease for you. That was stuff that's been around since like the PS2 game, you know, shortly after the PS2 game came out. None of it was ever true, but having that little scene, that little sequence with Maria is a reference to that. That's Bloober Team putting in a little nod to that fan theory. It's not, you know, confirming it or denying it or adding it in such a way where it's blatant, but that's what they were doing. There used to be a rumor about getting the great knife weapon and turning off your flashlight. And if you drag the great knife around with your flashlight off, monsters will think that you are Pyramid Head and run from you so that you don't have to fight them. That is an old fan rumor that is, you know, easily disproven, and has been debunked for a long time, but that is an old rumor that was around after the original Silent Hill 2 released. So you get a sequence where there's a hallway with mannequin parts that you have to go through, which is also a reference to the original Silent Hill 2 intro scene, the hallway with the mannequin parts. But then you've got Pyramid Head walking through that hallway of mannequin parts, chasing you through it, and they move out of his way. And then you have to pick up the great knife so that you can go through that mannequin part hallway yourself. So that's another little nod to those fan theories. So for me, the you've been here for 2 decades. The time loop theory, that's an old fan rumor that has been essentially debunked by more thorough explanation of sort of the themes of the game and the developer's intention over the years. But Bloober Team really likes that theory. They like the time loop idea. And I think they based a lot of how they present this game around it, which feels appropriate for a remake that came out 20 years after the original. Like, that's a fun opportunity to not take, you know. I don't blame them for taking it, because it's a really interesting theory when you're making a remake. It is something that only really works for the remake. It doesn't affect the developer's intentions of the original story. The loop theory is not a thing for Silent Hill 2's story. But in terms of the remake, it was definitely something that clearly Bloober Team were fans of. They liked the idea, they liked the theory, and they put some little references and nods to it. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. Personally, I'm not a fan of loop theory. It's not something that I find super interesting or fun.
Someone's groping around my skull.
To me, it's very cliche. If you watch a lot of sci-fi, if you watch a lot of horror, if you read a lot of horror, time loop, stuck in a loop is one of those very, very, very overused tropes in a lot of stories. And it's right up there with, like, you were dead the whole time, or it was all a dream, where there's only so many times where you can have it be part of that element of storytelling that eventually it kind of gets tired. And yes, I understand there's a lot of things in the Silent Hill games that are cliche, like, but that is a very major change to what the original story was intended to be. And again, it's something that I understand why Bloober would go for it. They're fans of the game. They're fans of the theory. They wanted to include as many little nods to theories as they could. And they had the opportunity to have a little theory that nods to not only, or little inclusions that are nods to that theory, but also to the fans themselves, who've also been waiting 20 years to go back to Silent Hill 2. So, like, again, the timing of it is too good for them to not emphasize it and kind of put more focus on it. even if it's not a theory I particularly like. A lot of people do like it, and if people like it, that's what matters. People will enjoy it. People will think it's fun. I think it's tropey and tired and kind of cliche, but it doesn't ruin the game for me. It's not something that is so ingrained into the story that the game like forces you to accept loop theory to enjoy the remake.
I was just... Hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road.
Hey,
You
what's
can't
up,
miss
Jen?
it.
Thanks.
But I think you should stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. And it's not just the fog either.
Is it dangerous?
Maybe. It's kind of hard to explain, but
I'll be careful.
I'm not
You'll
lying.
be dead.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone. Someone very important to me.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either.
You know,
I'm sorry. it's not your
Gianna's
problem.
performance for Angela has really grown on me
I hope you find them.
over the past year.
Yeah, you too.
Legit have a hard time with the OG Angela voice actress now. It just sounds too much like a 40s woman acting like a teen. I mean, I love Donna Burke, and I love her performance in the original Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. But she's got one of those voices where even when she's very good at changing her voice, she sounds like Donna Burke. I think that fits for Angela's character. Although it's been proven, there's interviews with like Jeremy Blaustein, like the fan speculation that they got Donna Burke specifically to have Angela sound older, like they got an older actress to make her sound older as like a sign of abuse. All of that has been put to rest. Like Jeremy Blaustein says that absolutely was not the case. They got the best voice actors for the jobs that they could. They had a very small pool of available actors, English-speaking actors in Japan, where they were making the game. And there was not that many people available. And Donna Burke at that time was basically their biggest get. She was like the most tenured actress out of anyone else in this game at that time. So she got the job because she was the best actress who applied, like who auditioned. It wasn't specifically to like emphasize that aspect of Angela sounding older due to the abuse or anything like that. That said, like I love Donna Burke's performance for the originals and stuff, but this is definitely a more realistic, dramatic take on Angela, and it's really grown on me. Gianna's performance as Angela has really grown on me the more that I've played this game.
Did you want anything else?
No, it's just... this fog. Does it seem unsettling to you?
I guess. It's just through the gate and down the path. You'll get there in no time.
But yeah, the more that I listen to the voice, I originally didn't like the vocal fry. I felt like that was sort of a weird thing for the character, and the more I hear it, the more I'm like, it sounds like she was just crying. And that's kind of how Angela should sound. She sounds like somebody who's crying a lot. She sounds just exhausted to have any sort of sound come out of her mouth. And the fact that she's able to convey that through her lines, that exhaustion and that sort of apprehensiveness to speak. Somebody who's been snapped at and yelled at for opening her mouth and talking and yelling or crying, you know, too many times, been mistreated and abused by her family. Like, she conveys it well. Like, that's the thing. Everybody's going to have their preference between the original and the remake in terms of, like, performances and everything. But I don't think any performances, new or old, are bad. They're definitely different. They're different types of directions and different types of actors, different types of goals that the developers were going for with the actors that they had. Like, obviously for this, they wanted people who were more professional, but could still give really good, realistic performances. With the original, they wanted people to kind of sound a little bit more amateur and real. But they were also much more limited in terms of budget and scope and available actors. Chainsaw. Silent Hill Ranch. And the old HD collection Comic Sans Silent Hill Ranch sign is sitting in a pile of trash over there in the barn. That is probably my favorite Out of Bounds Easter egg. There's a lot of really cool Out of Bounds Easter eggs and details in this game, and that is one of my absolute favorites because it shows so much awareness on Bloober Team's part. Yeah, exactly. They knew that people were going to pick this game apart and find that stuff. And they didn't, not only did they leave a lot of really cool little references and things around, and Easter eggs for people to find, but the fact that they, again, it's a nod, it's a jab at the HD collection. It's the Comic Sans HD sign on a pile of trash. Like, it is Bloober Team literally saying HD collection is trash. And that being something in an official Konami game, like not a fan-made remake, like an official remake, it feels like something that would be in a fan-made, like, remake type of thing. Not an official game. It's very rare, especially with a company like Konami, where they acknowledge, like, their shortcomings, things that were not successful or things that were received poorly by fans in, like, a comical way, like acknowledging that something was bad, like that. Bloober getting away with that little Easter egg, kind of being like, yep, here's the HD collection sign. It's in the trash on this pile of rubble. I like that. Again, it's something that shows that they feel like part of the fandom, not just developers who are trying to put fan service in to cater to fans. They themselves are fans.
Hello? Anyone in here?
One in this locker? Auto parts key. I love the music in here. They already do, just in this little intro walk, they do such a good job of making things feel familiar. Like, very comparable and familiar to the original Silent Hill 2. And then slightly different. You know, having this little building with some new music. Little basic puzzle for you to solve on your way in. Although, this is one of those things where I understand why this change is here. And I like it. I like that there are things that feel familiar and then are slightly different. But also being a big fan of the original and kind of understanding that game is from a different era. Like, people don't play games the same way anymore. You really kind of need to keep people engaged a bit more. So, having a little something for you to do on this walk into town, whereas in the original, it is just a very long walk getting into town with very little distraction. The distraction is just the sound design. You're walking around, the fog is creepy, and you keep hearing noises that sound like there's something just on the other side of the fences, behind the trees, in the fog. Like, just out of sight, it sounds like there's something walking around you. So you got this long walk into town with no interruptions that just, like, builds this tension right away. This game, they're like, okay, we gotta put some stuff in the way. We gotta put some things in there for players to push a button every once in a while. Okamoto said, yeah, Okamoto did say the walk in the remake originally was going to be longer, and they shortened it. So they adjusted a lot of their pacing for this game, and you can feel it. That's one of my few kind of minor complaints with this game. I feel like the pacing is not quite right. Of course, we've got our little flashbacks to the original, reference to where you encounter the first lying figure. Things that are slightly out of place compared to the OG, which is where they typically put those little flashback moments, where they've, like, significantly changed or moved something. I love that Silent Hill sign with, like, the Silent Hill 1 font. Do I have this yet? I still don't have this thing yet. Oop. Hell yeah, chainsaw. Hell yeah, chainsaw. Need to pick up the book in the graveyard? Pretty sure I did. I gotta remember buttons. That's not it. Oh my god. I forgot how to play this game. Map? The hell was inventory? I always forget touchpad's a thing on the stupid PS5. Shows how much PC gaming I do. I never touch my PS5. But yeah, I picked up Crimson Ceremony. Hey, Budakauto. What's a controller? Like a little weird shaped keyboard and mouse combo. Roadrunner. All these little iconic side spots on the walk-in. Map of the east side of South Vale. But yeah, so many cool little details in this game. I love all the little references to the OG. Stuff like this, even these very minor things. There's like a first aid kit, one of this game's first aid kit boxes sitting right here open. And it's like, okay, well this is where you would pick up a first aid kit in the original Silent Hill 2. And then there's nothing here, just an empty box. And first aid kits are not even a healing item in this. You just have the drinks and the syringes. Which makes sense from an animation standpoint. Like, you've got to have... Because there was no animation in the original for using any kind of healing. You would just use it from your inventory and heal whatever you were trying to heal. Whatever damage you took. So it's like, what would he do with a first aid kit in this? He should do the Dead by Daylight self-care belly scratch. Miss Cassandra. A customer came in today. Ordered a mixed bouquet, red and white. I tried to explain it's bad luck, but he couldn't decide on just one. He seemed a bit off. Looked at me like I wasn't even there. Then he just left. Said he'd be back to pick him up later. I just wanted to let you know, since I might be gone by then. Which is one of the 2 decades Easter egg photos shows the red and white bouquet mentioned in that note. I like the vague kind of eeriness of how I might be gone. Sort of works to finish that letter.
What is this?
It's like everybody's gone. And the doo-doo trail from the lying figures. Smash it. Game design needs to change some things for modern play. I definitely get that. Again, I think this game found a decent balance.
More of that stuff.
Obviously, there's a lot of stuff that's not very perfect. There's only so many things that can change and adapt from the way the original game was made into something more modern. You don't have tank controls, and you don't have, you know, the cinematic camera. It's harder to have a cinematic camera like that when your character has free controls, so I understand, like, okay, we're gonna do kind of the over-the-shoulder. Feels somewhat generic, but the reason you see so many games use this perspective is because it works. It, from a functionality standpoint, like, it lets you see your character, it lets you see your environment, it lets you have control over what you're trying to see. And in order to have that control, unfortunately, some of the, like, cinematic feeling that was in the original game had to be sacrificed. I think for Silent Hill 1 Remake, they may have the alley camera shots be cutscene in some moments to retain that scene's look. That's kind of what I'm thinking they'll do.
Wait.
They'll recreate some of the more iconic camera swings and stuff like that through cutscene, which would be probably the easiest way, the most straightforward way to handle that, so that you're not just doing what this game does, where all the times where you're in control, it's just this perspective. Another little flashback over here, the trail that would lead to the radio and wood plank in the original. Do not enter. Area closed off due to an accident. Trespassing might lead to injury or death.
What happened to this town?
What happened to this town? Why is your road broken? I do still, like, really enjoy this kind of feeling in Silent Hill games, where things are so fucked up and catastrophic, but nobody really reacts to it the way it feels like they should. Everybody kind of sounds like they just took a sleeping pill, and it's, like, just starting to kick in, or you're a little drowsy, you're a little bit off.
Hello?
Yeah, that dreamy feel. Again, it's a lot of people, you know, liken it to Lynchian, like one of the feelings, one of the vibes that you get from a lot of David Lynch productions. And clearly with direct references and such, like David Lynch was a big influence on Team Silent to begin with, well as Bloober Team with this game. Just noticing, I think you can see the save point through the window over there. Like red square. Over-the-shoulder view, you have to test much more to make sure you can't see something you're not supposed to. Fans will try everything. Yep. It definitely makes it a lot more difficult in that regard. When you're doing cinematic camera angles and static camera views and things where, you know, it's a set range of motion, it's a lot easier to account for what will and won't be visible to the player. Not so much when you give them a whole bunch of control over the camera. keep wanting to hit start the menu. Yeah, chainsaw.
Is this what I saw in the fog? Whatever it is, it's not human.
He said the line. It's not exactly the line, but it's close enough. All the clocks at 10 past 9. See, stuff like that is all real interesting. Some of the stuff that Bloober Team chose to sort of like hyper-focus on from the original, like the clock times. That was literally just one puzzle solution in the OG, sort of disconnected from everything else. And then for the remake, they were like, we gotta put that time everywhere. Every clock. They're all set to this time. That must be something huge and significant. It's like, I mean, maybe it was. Maybe that was the intention with the original, not to my knowledge. That's the implication, is that it's Mary's time of death, but there was not that much significance around it in the original. It was literally just like, here is a puzzle solution. And in this, they put so much more emphasis around it. Yeah. That's a homecoming thing. All the clocks being stopped at the same time. And this game at least doesn't acknowledge it out loud. Homecoming deliberately, like, points it out when you meet Curtis. Jam. They did a good job with this audio. Recreating the subtle "why did you kill me" text or voice line.
Where are you, Mary?
Because that's a difficult thing to try to make come across without being too obvious where your players immediately hear it. It's the kind of thing where you want it to be there, but for somebody who doesn't know the story, doesn't know the game already, you don't want them to pick up on it. But on a follow-up playthrough where they do understand the story, you can pick up on hearing those words during the radio. Another flashback. This is where you'd originally get the Woodside apartment key, the original.
Is that?
Matchbook for Bar Neely's. And our first James corpse. If you're reading this, leave. This place is not what it seems. Sometimes you just have to look behind. I will not flip the note over and look behind. You can't make me. Yeah, we've got our corpse on the ground back there, our James corpses. Again, for new players, it's interesting to me, like, from the perspective of a longtime fan. Because back when the original released, when people were trying to figure out everything about this game, all the symbolism and meanings behind everything, the original game also uses James corpses everywhere. But eventually, through creator commentary and supplementary materials, like, we got a better understanding of what's going on. Like, James's subconscious is projecting into reality around him, and James came to Silent Hill to kill himself. Like, that is part of the story. It's why he came to the town. The letter didn't bring him here. That was never real. And that's revealed in the game, but it's something that can be very easily missed by players who are not keeping up with the inventory. Like, if you don't go through and check this letter throughout the game and get used to it being in your inventory and then check it at the moments where it starts to go away, it's a very easy thing to miss. So James is here to kill himself. He wants to be dead with Mary. And it's another one of those things that's a little bit lost on Western culture. It's a bit more of a unique Japanese phenomenon that's called Moody Shinju. Gaisi, he talks about it in a playthrough of Silent Hill 2 Remake many years back with Fungo, YouTuber and Silent Hill fan Fungo. But yeah, Gaisi, he mentioned that the developers explained to him the concept of Moody Shinju, the idea that two people or it's a murder-suicide essentially, where somebody kills their partner or children, and then takes their own life. In a car, in water, is a common method that has documented cases, actually has happened. But it stems from an old, like, Buddhist belief that the people you die with, you'll be with them together in the afterlife. So that's what happened with James. Like, he killed Mary. He couldn't live without her. He came to the town where they were last happy together before the illness overtook Mary, with the intentions of taking his own life. The in-water ending is James doing what he came to the town to do. And it's what he says in the ending. Like, a lot of people missed that in the dialogue. That James mentions, like, that's what he came to the town to do. It's like, what was I so afraid of? Like, why couldn't I accept that this is why I was here? The real reason I came to this town, exactly. I saw him again, or at least I think so. He says he didn't, but I don't know anymore. I'm tired. Can't find it. Doesn't matter. That scraping noise again. Yeah, the scissors. This is something that was completely added for the remake. And again, this is based on information that came from Masahiro Ito long after the original Silent Hill came out. So Masahiro Ito revealed on Twitter that the design of the Great Knife, Pyramid Head's Great Knife, is not meant to be a big knife. It's meant to be one half of a pair of scissors. And the original concept was that there would be two Great Knives. The one that Pyramid Head has, and the one that James would eventually pick up. And that each one would be one half of a large pair of scissors to kind of emphasize a connection between James and Pyramid Head. Ultimately, they didn't have enough time to model the two separate knives, and they kind of changed the way all of that worked, with Pyramid Head getting the spear, and, you know, they changed some of those details. So they never made the other half of the scissors. It was just the one half that Pyramid Head has. But that's why Bloober Team added this entire little, like, barbershop area. Is just as a nod to that little piece of trivia of Masahiro Ito revealing that Pyramid Head's knife is half of a giant pair of scissors. So if you look at the design of that pair of scissors, where the bolt would attach and where the blade is practically identical to the Great Knife. So a little foreshadowing to Pyramid Head here as well. Little foreshadowing to Pyramid Head and the Great Knife. Nice little nod and reference to Ito's information. We've got all the books in here that hint at getting the other endings. Yeah, searching for another conclusion. The road to tomorrow. It's better to prevent than to cure. As the old maxim tells us, taking care of yourself and maintaining a healthy outlook can be a challenge in these fast modern times. Key is not to beat yourself up over past mistakes and avoid those who would do you harm. Avoid enemies, don't kill so much, keep your health up. This is basically telling you how to get the leave ending. Steer clear of toxic relationships, avoid Maria. So all of these are giving you little gameplay hints into what you're supposed to do to get each ending. Choosing death. When life is filled with nothing but despair, some people choose to end it all. So this is all of your clues to get the in-water ending. Become reckless, do stupid, dangerous things, don't heal, push away those who care about me, stay away from Maria. So like staying injured, looking at the knife, all of those sort of things lead into the in-water ending. So you kind of get hints to that through these notes. That one is different. Getting the girl, that's your Maria ending. Little clues for Maria ending. We got to try and get through this game today. So I'm not going to get too super deep going into everything, but I can't help but point out a lot of this cool stuff along the way. A lot of these things that I like in this game. Squish bark. Oh, and Cypher, for your last question, how much time passed between James killing Mary and being here? It's no more than a week. Possibly the same day, but definitely not more than a week. We have a letter written by Mary for Laura's birthday, and Laura tells you her birthday was just last week. One of the things to sort of give you an idea of kind of the timeline of events. The real timeline of events, not James's delusion of 3 years. It's one of those things, since we just played Silent Hill F and I was talking about this a lot yesterday, it's one of those things where having Laura to be sort of an element of reality to help James and the player understand the real timeline of events and sort of like the reality of what's happening. You see through James's delusion about like the 3-year timeline and those sort of things. That's one of those things that I felt was desperately missing from Silent Hill F. You needed some character, some little aspect of reality to direct you, to help you understand how much is delusion and how much, like, to what degree things are being exaggerated. Timelines are being skewed, you know, all of those sort of things. We caught it near cats. We should have never brought it here. I don't know what to do. I know it's there, sitting and staring. Can't let it out, can't walk away, won't let me go. Don't look at it. Don't look it in the eyes. It's referencing the dog ending, which they made the dog ending for Silent Hill 2 Remake a lot creepier than it was in the original, the way they have Maria appear. And it's one of the things that changed pretty drastically in early builds of this game. There was like a very different dog ending in the 1.0 disc build of this game that got changed like pretty much right after it released. There's a few scenes that got changed, like Angela's staircase scene. Some of the lighting and effects and camera angles changed. Some of the perspectives changed for some scenes. The dog ending changed to be very different. It's like a longer scene. A lot of weird little changes. We'll have to do a playthrough one of these days of the 1.0 build. Just to kind of show off some of that different stuff. Hey, what's up, Lindar? Reverse order playthroughs? Yeah. That's what we're doing for the next couple of weeks. Yesterday, we started it off with Silent Hill F. So today we're doing Silent Hill 2 Remake. And then next will be Short Message, either later tonight after I finish this or tomorrow. Not sure yet. We're just going to keep going in reverse release order all the way through the series, all the way back to Silent Hill 1. Out of This World magazine, special issue. Alien device found in local store. Bizarre findings on roof of local building. Prehistoric creature spotted in local lake. So this is telling you all of the spots to use the blue gem if you're going for the UFO ending. Broken record and vinyl glue. I'm still fairly certain this is not a thing. You can't just like glue a record back together and have it work on a record player. Like, it would destroy the needle and sound like shit. The janitor came in the other day, drunk and in tears. Had half a record with him, kept yelling, "We gotta fix it somehow." I was willing to do it just to shut him up, so I got up to get the glue from the cabinet, but then he realized he only had the one half, so he ran out. Can't do much about the record. Maybe ask around at Neely's next time you're there. Might be one of theirs. See, I got the dog key. Let's go ahead and grab the blue gem. I don't know what all endings I'm going to show. But we can definitely show some multiple endings as long as I don't mess up. Go ahead. Need to go to Blue Creek yet. Go by Bar Neely's. As we head down towards the apartments. Oh, come on. All right, fine, whatever. broken vinyl record. There we go. The Long Way Home. Also, I think this was one of the things, it's hard to see that little red text right at the outer yellow border of the yellow label. But it says Made in Hell. One of those things. A lot of little details like that in the that we discovered in the cam hack playthrough. There's also like vacuum cleaners that say hell on them, and blenders and mixers that say like Monsterizer. Okay, all we need is our button from the apartments. Saul Street Apartments. I've talked about the button prompts. I'm not normally a big fan of these kind of button prompts in the environment in these types of games, but how necessary it is for this game, because in my first playthrough I didn't want to have this stuff on, and I very quickly learned it's something that you kind of really need to have on because of the way this game's designed. Like, this save point is always one of the things that makes me remember that, because like this, I am not interacting with it. I'm mashing the X button, but this is not interacting with the save point. But this is like 2 pixels to the left. And this is one of the things that can be very frustrating if you're trying to go through this game with no button prompts, because potentially just to show for comparison's sake, if there's no prompt there, you can very easily think that you're like interacting with something and not hit the prompt. Like, oh, this doesn't count. I guess there's nothing I can interact with right here. And obviously this is a big bright red save point, so like you're going to notice it and mess around with it and probably interact with it. But there's a lot of things in this game that you can interact with and pick up that blend into the environment really, really well. And even if you're moving your camera around and mashing the interact button, which is like the tried and true classic strategy of seeing what stuff you can and can't interact with in these games. Like when you're playing the original Silent Hill games, especially like Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 3 is a great example because so much of the things in the environment, Heather will comment on them. Like things you would not expect Heather to have dialogue about. If you run up to it and you press X, there's a decent chance that Heather will have something to say about it. Like all sorts of random stuff in the environment, Heather will comment on. And I love that game. For that reason, I love how much emphasis there was on examining things in the environment and getting Heather to talk about stuff and not just like, oh, I don't need this. This is useless. Like she actually has commentary on just about everything and talks about, oh, it's disgusting, or it makes me feel sick, or it makes me remember this. Like it's stuff that's relevant to her as a character. It emphasizes elements of her personality, of her past. I love that kind of stuff in Silent Hill games, and especially in Silent Hill 3. But yeah, when you don't have this, when you don't have like, even if you apply that method of like walking around and examining everything to this game with no button prompts turned on, you can miss a bunch of stuff. I don't know what got into him. He just started smashing the thing. Had to throw him out. He ran off, cried he'd fix everything. Gathered up what I could, still haven't found one of the buttons. Half the record is still lodged inside, but the other part's missing. Figure he must have taken it. Come to think of it, he did run towards Groovy. Anyway, maybe go check up on him. See if he's alright. He lives over at Saul, by the pharmacy, apartment 9. I love James taking out his map and marking stuff down. Alright, over to Saul Street. No time for Happy Burger. Hey, what's up, Hank? Hope you're doing well. Weekend's going pretty good. Kicking off a month of Silent Hill games. I mean, that's basically every month for me, but you know. Going through the whole series in reverse order. Just because. Okay, James, you just keep hitting those fancy poses. Let me turn these back on. Apartment 5 left his key. Says there's a leak from upstairs. Gotta check it out. Before we go up to that, stop in the pharmacy. Get another syringe. Receipt with some expensive medications. Relevmid, Berolmin, Zalprazanax. None of these are actual medications. The names are based on some actual medications. Like they're somewhat similar to a few things. But none of the names they use are like real drugs, real prescriptions. And if I remember correctly, some of the drugs that the names were like similar to, that they were kind of based on, were common for like cancer treatment. Because that's another one of those things that was never like confirmed with the original Silent Hill, or with this game for that matter, is like, what exactly is Mary sick with? That was always left sort of open and ambiguous. I'm certain now it's coming from that apartment. I keep telling them, why won't they do something? It's unbearable. I can feel it seeping into my skin, pushing itself into my lungs. Or creepy environmental notes. And just like a lot of the things in this game, I don't think they're meant to be taken literally most of the time. I think they're being projected by James's subconscious. Some are aspects of his own feelings, his own subconscious, some of his own thoughts and ideas and fears, expectations of things. Some of it seems like it could be manifested from the town itself, sort of drawing on people who may have been here, may have existed. Sort of little remnants of that, but sort of twisted and altered to fit thematically with what James is going through. Blank, blank, blank. And then she came and washed it all away. It all started to make sense again. Blank, blank. It's this place. I can't fight it. Gotta get my head straight. Quick stop at Texan. Then we're going. Again, stuff like this it works as a parallel to James. Like, James started drinking after Mary's illness, something that is not really explored in a whole lot of depth. The original has some text in Heaven's Night when you examine some beer bottles, where James talks about how he drinks a fair bit to get away from the pain and loneliness. He doesn't get too specific, but that's what he says about it, and he's like, anyway, it's not something that I need right now. This game, it's even more of a subtle approach. You don't have that text or anything. There's no like environmental examination, but you do have the scene of Maria and James in Heaven's Night, with Maria offering James a drink, and just phenomenal animations in James's face. The way his physical acting portrays like how much he wants to drink and is still resisting that temptation, the same way that, you know, he's sort of resisting the temptation of Maria as well. Oh, and we also, I was kind of talking over it, but we got a little gasp there. That's one of the first times that we hear Mary's voice, Mary's gasping breath, from when James took her life. You hear that same gasp recurring over various points throughout the game, but that's the first one you hear. Also, Silent Hill 4 reference. The layout of the bathroom and the hole in the wall. This is like identical to Henry's bathroom in Silent Hill 4. Got the goop on my hand. And James will continue to have that goop on his hand. If you interact with that door, that goop stays on his character model all the way until he sticks his arm in the toilet. We kept track of it during the cam hack playthrough. My gem is slightly shiny. Now you get little sound cues for all the areas you're supposed to use the blue gem, which is nice. Give you an extra little hint. Because getting the UFO endings in the original games, like, there was nothing to really indicate what you're supposed to do, like where you're supposed to use the blue gem. Same way in Silent Hill 1. But that was from an era of point-and-click games where, as a player, you just kind of had the mentality of like, hey, the game gave me something new, it's time to try it absolutely everywhere. Try to use it on everything. Try to combine it with everything until we figure out what works. Disappears after using this ladder, actually? The goop? Oh, it did. I could have sworn we tracked the goop when I did the cam hack playthrough. Or was that because I cam hacked down? Did I teleport James down and skip the ladder? Or is it just the stuff on... I mean, I know the shit arm after the toilet stays. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you for the correction, Freeman. Because, yeah, when I noticed the black slime in the cam hack playthrough, we kept track of it. And we had it all the way up until the toilet scene. But I was using the cam hack to, like, teleport around up there. So, yeah, maybe we skipped that trigger from the ladder. Special circumstances. This place, all it's ever brought me is pain and misery. And sometimes, just sometimes, hot dogs. Pain, misery, and hot dogs. But the remake gets rid of the hot dog cart. Can't have fucking anything nice. They replaced it with coffee and pretzels. Oh yeah, and ice cream. Can't have shit in Silent Hill. Feel the craving? You just can't help it? Go for it. Happy Burger. What you need is what you get. On the run, grab something to go. Yeah, stuff like this. Sort of referencing towards James killing. Also, maybe Eddie. Feeling the craving for violence, for murder. Go for it. On the run, running from something. You know. Little environmental hints. And again, stuff that kind of, to me, shows that James's mindset. Considering we're in a fast food place, we're in Happy Burger, it does feel like it applies more to Eddie as well. But we get that little conversation with Eddie and Laura. Makes it sound like he's running from the cops. Like, James came here with a goal in mind. He's delusional about what that goal is. But he still kind of came here with a purpose in mind. Eddie just kind of ran so that on the run comment seems a bit more like it. And it's being like, just go for it. It's a little more like Eddie's brash, over-the-top actions. But that's the way I like a lot of the things that are presented in this game. There's multiple ways to look at it, multiple ways to kind of apply it. Different perspectives to try to analyze things from. One of the things that I like the most about the original, and I think the remake manages to maintain a lot of that, as well as adding a lot of new stuff. How dare you? I kind of need to get the in-water ending. Might sort of try to go for that. Because I need to do that as a qualifier so that I can do, set up the save file for the new ending. If my brain would work. Like a different version of the in-water ending. With James in the car. James and Mary in the car. But you have to get the in-water ending first to kind of set up for it. Hey, what's up, Crow? Been watching YouTube for weeks. Glad to finally catch a stream live. Nice, welcome. Stillness. Thank you, Terry. Stillness ending.
Park on the lake. We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us staring at the water.
Like this scene originally at the start, you think it's gone? Okay, so hot take, but I don't like this. Maybe a hot take, I don't know. I don't like this change. I don't like this change because it makes it seem like James, the whole first part, everything we've been doing up to now, has James, just been James sort of wandering aimlessly. In the original, having James remember the lake gives you a clear direction of what your goal is right from the start. Having that not show up until you've already wandered all over the town and then solved this puzzle just to have James get that memory now is weird. Because James he's delusional, but he is still deliberate in what he's here for. And the original game conveys that much better. Where you've got a goal, and the game, by setting that goal, like, is it the park on the lake? That's what I remember. That's what I'm going to try to get to. That's what motivates all of your exploration from that point forward. You check all the roads. None of the roads connect. So you have to go through the apartments once you narrow down that you have no other way to get there. This sort of breaking it up into this first puzzle makes the first little section of James wandering around the town feel a little bit strange, because it feels somewhat aimless. And it's not until after you solve this puzzle that he's finally like, oh yeah, now I remember. It's a little weird. A little bit weird. Again, that's one of those pacing things I feel could have been handled a little differently. Not a huge deal, you know? But something I prefer about the original. I like the more clear motivation of the character from the moment you have control. He came back after you left. It's fine, he didn't try anything, he just seemed sad. Mumbled something about getting out of town with someone. I wasn't going to let him drive in his condition, so I locked him out. His car should be out back. Maybe check if it's still there by morning. It's the greenish-blue one. Plate number ending with 06, I think. Hey, what's up, Warlock? Been away for a while because of work. How's your health doing? Health is doing much better. Found some medications and things that worked. Made some lifestyle choices, lifestyle changes in terms of like trying to eat healthier, cut out caffeine, pretty much only drink water, taking a lot more vitamin supplements, less sodium, so that my blood pressure's been better, my weight's been better. And I mean, stuff kind of fluctuates. But overall, I've been doing much better. We've had some, like, minor seasonal sickness, allergies, sinus infection type stuff going on. but nothing too bad. Heard the Maria ending is the hardest ending. I mean, the way the ending system works, there's a lot of things that are sort of weird. How much it calculates when you're looking at items in your inventory, the distance between you and Maria throughout a certain amount of time in the game. Some of the how much health you have, like those kind of aspects. Sometimes the way the game is tracking that stuff, it can have a real weird impact on the ending you get. Like, there's a lot of factors that are not just black or white. It's not just like, choose this, do this, and you'll guaranteed get this ending. Some of it's a little bit more vague in the way that it calculates and the way the game tracks stuff, so none of the endings I think are particularly hard to get if you know what you're going for. It's just, yeah, learning how all of that stuff works so that you know what you're doing is it takes a little bit of research, it takes a little bit of time. Also, I like how the jacket we pick up here, this is James's jacket. The car that is here is much more similar to James's car model in the original Silent Hill 2. Like, they kind of changed the car that's up at the observatory, at the observation deck, rather. For the remake, James's actual car is kind of changed for the remake, and this looks closer to the model. It's more like that Pontiac Ventura body style as the original Silent Hill 2 James car. No, Terry, it's a slightly different car model. They're still very similar, but it's not identical. Have you seen the detail with the mirror in the room with the flashlight? I remember something about that. I know the mirror is, like, I remember checking if the mirror and stuff was breakable. But there was also some stuff that was not real that got spread around for this game, and I can't remember which is which. There's like people used to think that James had a pyramid head reflection in one of the car windows, and it's not. It's just like the way the reflection skews and the angle of the reflection. It's not like an intentional thing. The mirror in the flashlight. I know there was something about it, and I can't remember off the top of my head, Freeman. I mean, you have the mannequins that all are Mary / Maria. They're all based on Salome. They all use Salome's face capture, her character model. Like, you can really tell with the bone structure on the face and everything that it's Salome in the mannequins. One of the cool details that took me a bit to notice. If you look at a certain angle, it looks like one of the mannequins wears Mary's outfit. We'll check it out when we get there.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Yeah, see, if you look at the mannequins, look at the shape of the cheeks and the nose, the eyes. That's Salome. That's Mary. Mary Maria. Alright. Mirror. I guess we need to pick up the flashlight to be able to see it first. Also, might need quality settings for different reflection. We might not be able to see it on PS5. And if it's something that only works on certain graphic settings, that might not be... That might not be good. James, need you to lunge forward. Need flashlight first, though? I mean, even with flashlight... I don't think it'll work. Them PC-only details. When you can have, like, ray tracing reflections on. Which makes me think it's probably not something that's super intentional. Like, most of the time, if they're going to include something intentional, they'll have it work on any graphic setting. But that brings to mind, talking about graphic settings and Easter eggs, that does bring to mind Chronos: The New Dawn. Bloober Team put a reference to Silent Hill 2. They put a red square that you can find on a table in one of the apartments in Chronos: The New Dawn. And if you're on low graphic settings, the red square just doesn't show up. It's not there. Your character will comment on it and be like, what is that supposed to be? But you can't actually see it. So there is instances of Bloober Team putting in Easter eggs that don't work on every graphic setting. So maybe that's the case here as well.
These clothes.
But it could also just be an instance of somebody overthinking a coincidental, lining up of the mannequins and the clothes. Reading a little too deeply into it. I've been a Silent Hill fan for 26 years. Reading too deeply into these games is kind of the whole thing. It's honestly what makes them so appealing. It's that there's so many ways to interpret things, and there is legitimately a lot of depth to certain things. So it makes you want to apply that same level of depth to like everything, even if it's not necessarily there. Or at least not intentional. What's up, Yami? Thank you so much for the 47 months, man. Hope you're doing well. Warning, garbage chute out of order. Please do not use until problem is resolved. I'm gonna resolve the hell out of that problem. Just you wait till I find some juice. There's our Walter Sullivan newspaper. Slightly different from the original. There's a lot of notes like this where it's 90% the same note. They like slightly reword some things. But that's our original Walter Sullivan mention. Locane siblings murder. Perpetrator commits suicide in custody. Walter Sullivan, the culprit in a recent homicide case, was found dead having taken his own life on the morning of the 22nd in his jail cell. According to the police statement, Sullivan's death was caused by blood loss resulting from severing his carotid artery with a soup spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. Sullivan was apprehended on the 18th of this month on account of brutally murdering Billy and Miriam Locane. Although Walter Sullivan did not strike a former schoolmate from his hometown of Pleasant River as someone capable of murdering children, the schoolmate admits to having witnessed Sullivan in a state of severe paranoia shortly before his arrest. He was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil. Forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me, he recounts. I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy, the schoolmate concludes. And then a couple of members of Team Silent took that note from Silent Hill 2 and wrote an entire other game around it. And we got Silent Hill 4: The Room. Off work because of a headache. Not bad, but a 2-day long headache is annoying. Yeah. That sucks, man. Hopefully you start feeling better soon. Somehow that didn't hit. It's fine. It's fine. We're just setting up for the in-water ending. Let James wander around all achy and bloody for a bit.
kid doing here?
I like how in the Japanese language, Laura calls him a baka. Baka. What ending am I aiming for? I would like to try to get in water so that I can set up a save file for getting stillness ending for future playthroughs. And I'll probably also do dog ending and UFO ending. Because we can do like a normal ending and then 2 of the extra endings on a single playthrough, on a single file, without too much trouble. So we'll show multiple endings. Hey, Valerosa. Was woken up. You got woken up by banging on your door. It sounded like a cop was outside, just to realize it was a toddler asking about my cats. Jesus. I'd be pissed. I don't need people banging on my doors. Especially not no children. You're not getting anywhere near my cats. Valentine's Day. One of our "You've Been Here for 2 Decades" photos. Didn't know you had children? I don't. When did I say that? I have cats. Same thing. Have stuff up here. Yeah. Ammo, as well as a little Easter egg, environmental Easter egg, the Hyper Spray. One of the New Game Plus unlockable weapons from the original Silent Hill 2. That little green spray paint can there. If you cam hack and zoom way in on it, where you can read the label. It's the green Hyper Spray from the original game. Sad that wasn't actually like a usable weapon in this one. See, I got the key here. I don't have that key yet. need the second floor hallway key. Now we've got Laura's drawings.
Quite the artist.
Quite the artist. The sad little bunny with the cloud over its head. Laura just depicting all of these things from her life through her drawings. The rabbits representing Mary and Laura. And then later on, she starts drawing a wolf to represent James. At the very end, she amends it and draws it as like a happy dog rather than a wolf when she sort of like warms up to James. Okay, that's what I did wrong. I never grabbed the key. I just went straight for this. I know, James. It hurts, but deal with it. You just gotta deal with it. Gotta deal with it for the ending, man. Please deliver these to Mrs. Millie from 102. I'm really worried about her. She's been cooped up all alone with his belongings for days on end. She won't even move them. God forbid anyone else touch anything. It's breaking my heart just thinking about it. Again, somebody else grieving a lost loved one. All these things relevant to James, which again leads me to believe, you know, much of that is just being projected there from James directly. I mean, it could just be coincidental. Other people with other notes that parallel James's thoughts and feelings and experiences, but feels more deliberate the way that they're presented. Our first little hint at Pyramid Head finding a dead monster that wasn't killed by us. And then Pyramid himself showing up here. When you get right up to him, if you're playing on DualSense controller, your rumble starts going off, and you can hear the radio like playing through the controller speaker when you get close to him. Even if you have your radio turned off. Even if you turn off your radio, like if you're going for the no radio achievement, a lot of people get worried because they get to this hallway and they start hearing the radio, and they're like, "No, I thought I turned it off. I'm going for the achievement." But it doesn't count. Like radio static because of Pyramid Head just for this hallway doesn't count towards that achievement. Because it's scripted. It'll happen no matter what. Who do you think had the worst fate in Silent Hill? Alessa? Alessa is a pretty big contender for that one. A lot of people had some pretty shitty lives Alessa's one of the few who had multiple shitty lives. Like, she can't even die and be done with it. She gets reincarnated and has to keep dealing with Silent Hill bullshit. Flashback to the clock. The original location of the clock puzzle. But it's all patched up. Patched up for the remake. And the scene where we're gonna find the dead James corpse in front of the TV. How far the chair is from the TV before triggering that scene, though. Due to the ongoing renovation works, tenants are asked to keep out of the 3rd floor of the building. Sincerely, Woodside Apartments Administration. Touch doors. Touch all the doors. The satisfaction of the big red X and line on your map as you narrow out your pathway. Now we have the handgun. One of the more interesting little details that were added for the remake. I really like the little detail that they added for this. So, cool thing with this room. Very similar to the original. We find our handgun sitting in a shopping cart. Possibly some sort of comment on how easy it is to have a firearm in America. How strange that must look from an outside, like Japanese perspective especially, where gun laws are extremely strict. And it's an 8 Mart logo on the shopping cart. 8 Mart being the convenience store in Silent Hill 1. Where you pick up the blue gem. But really neat detail with this. So if you take the gun and you reload it and you start aiming around the room, if you aim towards the TV and then raise the gun, I'm only going to use my left hand and the left trigger, so I'm not pressing the right trigger to actually fire any shots. But as soon as you aim the gun up towards the TV, James will just fire a shot on his own. He'll only do this once after you pick up the gun, and it only seems to be when you aim at the TV. So it provides a nice little jump scare for players. People not expecting or not intending to fire off a shot and kind of make them go like, oh shit, did I do that? Did I accidentally shoot this screen? And it also, if you lean into the time loop theory, the idea that James has been in this room and picked up this gun and accidentally fired off a shot so many times that the room is now just like destroyed, riddled with bullet holes from how many times he's been here and picked this gun up and accidentally fired a shot. Fun little detail. Original scream. Original sound effect from the OG. There's our James corpse. Sitting in front of the TV. The TV itself also has little clicking noises, which are actually a Morse code message. All throughout this game, you can find TVs that are on static with this, like, clicking sound. And they actually have a Morse code message hidden in those clicks. And it's just the words again and. Again and again and again, looped over and over and over. Again, lots of little hints and references towards a time loop theory. Bloober really leaned very heavily into that for the remake. Clearly something that they just really liked. Something that was not official, it was not part of the original story's canon, but Bloober liked it, and they wanted to include a lot of fan theories and references, so they leaned very heavily into it. And again, it's something that I think does not really work for the original Silent Hill 2, but for a remake as like a separate telling, it's an interesting way to approach a remake. That James has been stuck in Silent Hill for the same amount of time between the original game and the remake releasing. Like, okay, that's a cute idea, even if it's not something that's necessarily my cup of tea. I can see why a lot of people like it. I can see why Bloober Team would go for it. Some little details in the pictures on the walls, some skulls. You can see the two eyes for the skulls, the nose there. Same thing, this one to the left of the landscape. It's a detail that's in the original game as well. Is the distortion on the TV over the salt and pepper a picture from the OG of James smothering Mary in bed? No. What looks like a silhouette there is like the blood. There's like a blood splatter that's added to the TV. So like all of that is just a blood splatter. The actual static itself is not showing the TV or the video of the original, but the inventory, you can see that like distorted, blurry stuff going on in the background of the inventory screen. That is actually James smothering Mary in bed. Every time you open up the inventory, you're actually seeing James kill Mary. Are the dead bodies actually James? If you, again, specifically for the remake, if you believe in loop theory, then you can interpret it as those are James' previously failed loops, and those are his old corpses littered around. If you're going off of what the intentions were for the original Silent Hill 2, there wasn't a loop, concept for that game. It's about James projecting his subconscious into the environment around him. And James is suicidal. He came to this town to take his own life. So those thoughts of suicide, those thoughts of taking his own life, manifest around him as his own corpse. It's that aspect of his subconscious desire for death being portrayed in a physical form. little Easter egg here where this is the only time you can ever really do this in the game. But if you shoot this picture here so that the frame is broken or the glass is broken, you can see the painting underneath. We checked around everything else throughout the game. There's no other situation where there's like a painting that you can only see like that after shooting it. Did the loop theory exist prior to the secret message being decoded? The loop theory as like a fan theory has existed since 2001. It has existed since the original Silent Hill 2. Because back then there was not as much information. We didn't have all the interviews with developers. We didn't have all the supplementary materials and guides that we wound up getting in the years after Silent Hill 2's release. So fans speculated and theorized about everything. That was all we could do. We didn't have a lot of official stuff to go off of. So the loop theory used to be an old fan theory that was justifying why are there James corpses everywhere around town. That was how it originally started for the OG game. Again, the developer commentary and supplementary materials that came out after the fact painted a more clear picture of what the developers' intentions were. And it's not that those corpses are there to imply some sort of a loop. It's because the corpses, just like everything, for the most part, is coming from James's subconscious. Like, everything being decaying and rotting, that's James thinking about Mary's sickness and her condition. All of the creatures looking the way that they are, that's all James projecting aspects of his subconscious to create those things. Pyramid Head is there because of James's subconscious desire for punishment for the things that he's done. Everything is coming from James's mind. So James being suicidal, James coming to this town to take his own life, was projected into the town as seeing his corpse, seeing his body spread around town. So the idea was not that he's stuck in a loop and leaving these corpses around from all of his failed loops. But loop theory was still like a very popular fan theory for this game that stuck around for a long time, which is why Bloober was aware of it. They were obviously fans of it, and they worked a lot more of that into the remake. They made it a much bigger part of a lot of the details and Easter eggs and things around the game. Am I going to play Silent Hill F as well? We already played Silent Hill F yesterday. This is a reverse order marathon. So yesterday was Silent Hill F, the newest game. Then this is the game that came out before Silent Hill F, Silent Hill 2 Remake. So then after Silent Hill 2 Remake, we'll play Short Message. Then we'll have a day where we probably watch Ascension. We'll play Book of Memories. And so on and so forth, all the way back to Silent Hill 1. What's up, Dan, Destroyer of Worlds? What is the town's desire for James? The town has no desires. I think that is one of the biggest misconceptions about Silent Hill that a lot of new fans tend to have. That the town is sentient. and has any sort of feelings about it one way or the other. The town is a mirror. It is a mirror that looks into your mind and can take the things that are in your mind and make them real. Not make you hallucinate them, not just make you delusional about them, make them physically exist. That is ultimately the Silent Hill power in a nutshell. It can take what is in your mind and reflect it back at you into reality. So, if James feels guilt, that guilt is manifested. It's the same thing for Angela. Like, a lot of people question, like, why is Angela, going through a Silent Hill when she was justified in defending herself? Because it's not about justification. It's not about, what the town thinks or judges or, it doesn't feel, it doesn't think, it's not passing judgment. It's reflecting what the characters already feel back at them. It's reflecting what's already in them into the reality that they are experiencing. So the town has no desires for James. James has desires. James is delusional about Mary's death and accepting that he's the one responsible for it and that it was something very recent. But James still wants to come to terms with the truth, break through from his delusion. And so those aspects of his mind are being reflected back to him. Pyramid Head is there to represent his guilt, his punishment, for what he's done. People saying the town creates Maria, but that's also just James's mind. That is also James's mind. Maria, and it's there's the original Silent Hill 2 that had Born from a Wish, which was a sub-scenario where you actually play as Maria. And the title of that sub-scenario basically tells you exactly what Maria is. She is born from a wish. James wished for his wife Mary to be alive and to be healthy and to be a little bit more ideal, a little bit sexier, a little bit more, idealized. And that is how Maria came to be. She is something that is created from James's own subconscious thoughts and feelings about Mary. She is born from his wishes. The town's power allows for that to happen, but it's not as though the town has a sentience and chose to do that. It's just how it functions passively. I agree, Ogre Marker. I agree with loop theory being boring and that it's very cliche. We were talking about that at the start of the stream as well. But some people like it, some people are into it. And this game doesn't, cement that idea to where it's like, you have to accept loop theory or the story doesn't make sense. It's not like that. It's something that if you like it, you can think about it and appreciate the game through that lens. And if you don't like it, it doesn't need to be a part of how you interpret the game. And you can still understand the game and appreciate it perfectly well either way. You must think I'm cruel, but this prison is of your own making. The choice was yours. I watched you make it over and over and over again. Again, you've got notes like this, leaning into loop theory. There's a lot of leaning into it in the remake. Much, much, much more than there was in the original. Again, it was not something that was ever really indicated or hinted at in the original. It was born entirely from fan speculation over James' corpses being around the town, which had a completely different purpose for why it was like that, why those things were there. And also a more practical reason, which is they didn't have to render extra models to be corpses if they just reuse a character model they've already got. So it not only served a narrative purpose to help emphasize James just portraying, projecting rather, all of these aspects of his mind into the town around him, but it was also something that was a cheap, resource light way of adding some creepy things to the environment. If loop theory is true, every ending happened at some point, so everybody gets something. But if loop theory is true, then every ending, regardless of if it's some sort of closure or acceptance or whatever, doesn't matter because the characters still have to go back into the loop. It also really undermines the other characters who are real. James is not the only real person in this scenario. Laura is real, Angela is real, Eddie is real, and those characters' stories get really sort of undermined if you accept the loop theory. So I think it's something that a lot of people think is maybe fun and interesting on the surface level, especially with how much this game nods to it. But I think if you look at the larger context of the story and the narrative and the characters, the loop theory is not as satisfying as you would hope. Like, it's not as fun because it basically means there is no conclusion. Like, the conclusion is you come back here. It just loops and keeps happening. And I mean, there is no canonical ending for this game. The developers have gone on record saying they did not want there to be a specific canon ending to this game. The in-water ending was the original ending written for the scenario. For the OG Silent Hill 2, like, in-water was how the story was written to end, but it was not the intended, like, canon entry, or canon ending rather. It was just the first ending, the first conclusion that the team came up with, and then they came up with all the other endings and specifically went out of their way to say, like, every ending could potentially be canon. Was there meant to be a DLC for Maria for this game? I don't know if it was meant to happen. There were some, like, unused bits of dialogue from Maria that are in the game files that seem to imply there was going to be more involvement with Borley Mansion, but I don't think it was a full-on Born from a Wish the way a lot of fans speculate. Salome Gunnersdottir, the actress who plays Mary and Maria, also has mentioned during her recent streams. She's on Twitch and streams at twitch.tv/Salome something. I can do a shout out for her real quick if you're not already checking her stuff out. Is it all one word, or is it Salome _ something? Let me double check before I do this. It's all one word. But yeah, there you go. Go follow Salome. She's the actress who plays Mary and Maria in this game, in the remake. And she's amazing. She's a great streamer. She's become a huge Silent Hill fan. She started off playing Silent Hill 2 Remake and has since played Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2 OG, Silent Hill 3. She's currently going through Silent Hill 2 OG. But yeah, she's going through all the Silent Hill games. But she's mentioned during her streams that Bloober never recorded anything with her. Like, she was never asked to do lines or mocap for Born from a Wish. There was some stuff that was, like, unused for this game, but not specifically DLC or Born from a Wish or anything like that. Back around in here. Question: can a monster attack and kill James if Laura is next to him? If they stayed together, would he technically be safeguarded in her presence? I mean, those are the types of hypotheticals where we start really breaking down how things work. I mean, ultimately, we just don't know, because the scenario never comes up. Am I going to be playing Born from a Wish? When we eventually get to the original Silent Hill 2, yes. I always include that in my Silent Hill 2 playthroughs. Obviously, we're not doing that today. And because this is a reverse release order marathon, it's going to be a while before we get to Silent Hill 2 OG. I should probably heal. We did a good amount of running around injured there. That should be fine. But yeah, Eriku, as far as like the monster attacking, killing James if Laura's next to him, again, the scenario doesn't really come up. What we do know from like developer commentary and context in the games, like Laura is still experiencing the other world. She's still experiencing the fog world, but she's just not experiencing manifestations. So she doesn't see Maria, who is a manifestation. She doesn't see monsters that are manifested. But we also understand from the established games that like manifestations are real, they're physical, they're something that exists there. So there's something that can hurt or kill or affect James. My guess would be like, yes, he could be affected by it, but Laura wouldn't see what was happening. Like from Laura's perspective, James would just keel over. Like maybe to Laura it would look like he's just having a heart attack and dying. She wouldn't see what the manifestation is, like how it's affecting James. We know that she's still affected by the other world because the hotel happens. The hotel at the end of this game is burned down. It's not actually nice, and it's not actually like stable. And yet Laura is running around this sort of like normal version of the hotel and interacting with James. So she's not seeing the hotel the way that it actually is. She's still being affected by it. She just doesn't see creatures.
Hey, who's there?
It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it, I swear.
Hey, are you okay?
I didn't do anything. He was like that when I got here.
He? Oh, you mean the man back there? In the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill him.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm not saying that you did. Look, my name is James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie, okay. So, do you live here, Eddie?
No. I'm not even from this town. It's just...
Something brought you here.
Yeah. Yeah, you could say that. Well, they came at me. I didn't know what to do, so I ran. I came here. Figured it might be safe, but then I found the guy in the fridge.
Easy, deep breaths. Look, this place, it's not safe. These things, this whole town, there's something wrong with it. It might be best if you just get out of here.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, you want to come with? Maybe together we can find a way out of this town.
Oh, sorry, but I can't leave. Not yet. I need to find someone.
Oh.
Eddie, be careful.
Yeah, you too.
What brought Eddie into Silent Hill? Eddie lives nearby and shot a football player in the leg and shot and killed their dog. After a lifetime of being victimized, being bullied. So he is on the run and wound up in Silent Hill. You actually see a lot of stuff in the environments, these details that hint at why Eddie's here. That's why there's a football helmet here. That's why there's a football here. That's why there's sports posters on the walls in this room right next to where we first meet Eddie. These are all hinting at Eddie shooting the football player. Is the person in the fridge an actual person or a manifestation? It's a manifestation. Masahiro Ito has said on Twitter that Eddie never kills anybody real. All of the people who Eddie is killing in the town are not real people. They're all manifested. So, this guy who Eddie did kill, he's very, like, thou dost protest too much mode. When he's immediately assuming that James is going to accuse him of doing it and saying he didn't do it. That's just Eddie putting that barrier around him. But he's lying. He's responsible for it. And we see that he does it and is much more open about it with the victim in the prison. But they're not real people. They're manifestations. The same way that James's subconscious is projecting things for him to deal with, Eddie's subconscious is doing the same thing. And for Eddie, it's bullies. It's manifesting people who bully and torment Eddie to drive him mad, to fill him with rage. Because that's what is in Eddie's mind. Again, it's not out of a particular sense of direction or anything. It's just manifesting what's there in Eddie's mind. The things that he's troubled by. still see Masahiro Ito get angry with people on Twitter about the Pyramid Head scene. He still gets angry with people about a lot of stuff on Twitter. And I mean, I don't blame him. I kind of wish a lot of the original Team Silent developers were more public and open on social media. A few more people have kind of started becoming slightly more active, but basically Ito is one of the only original members of Team Silent who interacts with the fan base. That's why so much of the information that we get comes from him. Because he's just the only one who openly talks and answers questions and interacts with fans. Not hardly anyone else from Team Silent does. So that's why he just winds up being the one that a lot of fans direct their questions and comments and concerns towards. And he gets really tired of having to, like, deal with misinformation and people misinterpreting things and trying to verify their theories through him. Like, we should be thankful that Ito bothers interacting with the fan base at all, because most developers don't do that. People need to give Ito a break. Specifically Silent Hill fans need to not do so much to piss him off. Dear Madam, in response to your complaint regarding the gunshots. Yeah. The idea of the room where you pick up the handgun. That a woman complains about it. The staff goes and checks it out, but supposedly doesn't find anything. No evidence of firearms. Which again kind of paints the idea of this being a parallel reality. The fog world is not actual reality, but there is still elements that sort of blend and cross over between reality, the fog world, and the other world. Like, they're not explicitly distinct separate dimensions. They're separate, but they also still kind of bleed into each other. So somebody in an apartment in the real world might be hearing gunshots go off, where those gunshots are not happening in reality, but they're sort of bleeding over from James shooting monsters in the fog world, you know, that kind of thing. Okay, got some coins. I still need to get the juice. I forget a key.
Eddie, are you gonna be okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, he's fine. Eddie's just fine. Go. This all opens up to go drop the juice. Just need to go back up to the 3rd floor. And I was hoping to get through one game per day with this marathon, but also there's a lot of stuff that I can't help but stop and talk about when it comes to Silent Hill 2. Whether it's the original or the remake. The original is my favorite Silent Hill game, and the remake is pretty good, and still has a lot of stuff that I enjoy talking about, so sometimes this playthrough winds up being a little bit more than I can really do in a single day, just because I spend so much time yapping. I just can't help it. What's my favorite ending? In Water. In Water. It was the original ending written by the developers, and I think it makes the most sense as a conclusion to James's story. James killed Mary. He killed the love of his life, and he had no more reason to live. And he had such a difficult time accepting that he tried to form this delusion out of a sense of self-preservation to not just immediately take his own life, but after going through everything that the town sort of projects for him to go through, it's like he remembers why he came to the town in the first place. He remembers why he's there. And he does what he came to the town to do. He takes his own life. Goes to be in the afterlife with Mary. Like, this game and this story and these characters, they're not really made to have happy endings. And I mean, a lot of fans prefer happy endings. If you prefer the happier endings, more power to you. But this is a sad, depressing, you know, messed up game. And I feel like In Water is the most appropriate ending, I guess. It fits the feel of the rest of the story the most. At least to me. It was wrong, wrong, wrong. No, I wasn't, but I wasn't entirely right. I need to peel off more. Something more blood close. I was looking outside, but it is in me. There's someone inside me. Thanks for that sinister note. What's James gonna do in the Leave ending? He's got Mary's body in the car. He's got a runaway orphan with him. I don't think that's necessarily the happy, good, positive ending people think it is. I don't think that's gonna turn out particularly well. Like, imagine how Laura's going to react as soon as they get to James's car. What's James gonna be like? Oh, don't go near my car, Laura. We're gonna walk out of town. We're gonna walk over to the highway and hitchhike. And then the police just pick him up? Like, I don't know. And then you have the Maria ending, which, going back to the conversation earlier about loop theory, that was another concept that brought up loop theory back when the original game came out, is the Maria ending. The fact that Maria also winds up getting sick. It's not a literal, like, looping of events, James winding up exactly at the same spot and everything, but the implication being that he's about to have to go through the same thing again with Maria. That Maria is just going to get sick the same way Mary did, and he's going to find himself in the same position that he was in before even coming to the town. Like Stillness ending a lot. Stillness is a good ending. It's essentially just in water plus. Like, it's more or less the same concept as in water. Just a little different. A little more to it. What did Pyramid Head resemble? Was it James's guilt? Pyramid Head is a representation of James's desire for punishment. He knows that he did something wrong and should be punished for it. And Pyramid Head serves that purpose. It is that part of his mind being manifested into a physical form. And the physical form that Pyramid Head takes is based on the executioners from the town's history. Back when the town was much newer, the 1700s and 1800s. Well, I guess 1800s, long story. But in the 1800s, the town had executioners, and the executioners wore hoods that went up into those big points, very similar to the shape of Pyramid Head's head. So James sees a painting depicting those executioners in the historical society when he visits the town with Mary, when they're here for vacation. So he subconsciously has that image of the executioner in his subconscious, in his mind. So when he comes back to Silent Hill for the events of this game, the town is able to manifest the imagery of that executioner to play the role of James's punisher, his desire for punishment. Three bright coins in the five holes be. First sits the maiden underneath the tree. The wind from behind the maiden doth blow. A beautiful flower alone has to grow. And here comes the man, so sleek and so fine. In the pale moonlight, his eyes doth shine. Man under the moon, maiden under the tree, flower alone. Man doth approach, his blade now revealed. His face disappears behind shining steel. Away from the man doth the maiden flee, towards the flower, away from the tree. Maiden moves towards the flower. Man approaches and turns into sword. Where once grew a flower of venomous glee, where once was a maiden, but a stone doth be, and over her grave the man doth remain. His blade never met the vile serpent's vein. Back to the man. She turns to a grave. This turns to a snake. The beast who its teeth in her flesh doth bore, he who has failed, she who is no more. Now unto you falls a grievous chore. Who carries blame for what fate had in store? Little bit of a Silent Hill Shattered Memories moment. Shattered Memories has a therapy segment where you get told a story about a bull trampling a princess to death. And it's like, who's responsible? Is it the king who, you know, wanted her to get married? Is it the person who was marrying her chasing her off? Was it her fault for running away? Was it the bull's fault for trampling her? And every answer is valid. Like, it just changes how the game adapts in Shattered Memories case. Similar thing here, where it's basically asking you, whose fault is all of this? Who carries the blame for what fate had in store? And you can put any coin as your answer. It could be the man, it could be the woman, or it can be the snake. And depending on which one will slightly influence what ending you're going to be going for. I think snake is what we want for in water, if I remember correctly. It's either snake or man. I don't remember. Hey, Pilbara. Love your narrative of the game. It's very enjoyable. Thank you. This is basically all I do with this series. I'm a super obsessive Silent Hill fan. I have been for the last like 26 years. I've been doing lore playthroughs, super in-depth lore playthroughs of the series on Twitch and on YouTube for the last 11 years almost. January is going to be 11 years. Cool details here. One of the things they added for this game that I really like, specifically in the remake that's not in the original. So this apartment, which is the apartment where James hides in the closet and Pyramid Head shows up, this whole famous scene, the blue velvet scene, basically. But they added some details into this apartment overall. This is Mary's deathbed. Like, this apartment is James and Mary's home. They don't literally live here. They came to Silent Hill on vacation. They live somewhere else, possibly in South Ashfield Heights, which is where James's father lives in like Silent Hill 4, but we never know for sure where James and Mary live. We know for sure they don't live in Silent Hill. They're tourists. They came for vacation, and that was it. So it's not a literal, like, here is their house, here's their apartment or whatever. But again, everything is being projected from James's subconscious, including his memories of where he lived with Mary. So that memory is being projected into this apartment. Their home is being manifested around him as part of the apartment building. Because when you see Mary in her bed in some of the endings, it's this exact bed. It's this exact setup with the rug, the chair that James is sitting in here, the little side table. And we did a cam hack playthrough and looked much closer at these pictures on the wall. These are pictures of James and Mary. They're like very obscured with this layer of like black goop sort of smudged over them. But these are pictures of James and Mary together, like vacation photos while they're in Silent Hill. So like this whole room is essentially James and Mary's home just being manifested into the town. You like how he glitches? I love how Pyramid Head just stands there and completely no-sells the gunshots in the remake version of this cutscene. Because in the original, Pyramid Head reacts like he actually has impact of being shot. It doesn't do anything to him, but his head sort of bounces and he like recoils and falls back before leaving. But I like that change for the remake where James shoots at Pyramid Head and Pyramid Head just does not move at all. I thought that was a good touch. Interesting and satisfying change. A lot of people are upset with some of the changes, like this scene in particular. They made it less sexual. The original, for a lot of people, interpreted it in a much more sexual connotation because the animations seem very explicit, the way the creature designs seem very explicit, like because they have a very feminine nature to them, and the way Pyramid Head is like handling them seemed very sexual. Masahiro Ito has gone on record saying that wasn't the intention, like that Pyramid Head is not supposed to be quote-unquote raping the mannequins. He famously tweeted and deleted the tweet where he said Pyramid Head ain't fucking. It was one of my favorite Masahiro Ito tweets of all time, and sadly he deleted it later. But he famously tweeted out, he ain't fucking, Pyramid Head ain't fucking. Because he got so tired of answering that question from fans about that scene in the original. So a lot of fans were upset with the remake, sort of toning down the sexual aspect of that scene. But I really like the addition of Pyramid Head just standing there and not reacting to the bullets whatsoever. It's a much more menacing, threatening aura in the scene. What's your theory as to why they added those glitch animations to Pyramid Head with his arms? It's something that was in the original. It's very similar to the original. I think it's just to try to emphasize and really drive home the point that Pyramid Head is not a dude in a mask. I think they wanted to give him really unnatural posture and really unnatural movements that make it seem like he is not human. It seems like something inhuman that is just wearing a human form. Kind of reminds me of, if you've ever seen Men in Black, the character Edgar, who is an alien roach that is like inside of a human body. So if his movements and everything look very strange and unnatural, it's kind of like that. It's something that resembles a human, but you can tell from its movements that it is not. Have you read Ito's Honey Toast tweets? Those kill me? Oh, of course. I'm a big fan of Fuck Toast, the honey butter honey toast. It's delicious. One of these days I really need to do a cooking stream. And we'll make Fuck Toast. We'll make honey butter honey toast. Oh, more than just... Hold on, let me pause. More than just have I read Masahiro Ito's tweets about it? Hold on. Let's see, where do I have that image saved? One of my favorite meme images. But all of my... I really need to go through and organize stuff in my computer. Because I have so many things that are just scattered all over the place. I've got a really good meme image somewhere of Masahiro Ito, where it was originally him holding up a drawing, like a sketch that he did, but somebody photoshopped out the drawing itself and just put in the honey butter honey toast, so it looks like Ito is just holding up a picture of fuck toast. But he's got this great, like, expression. Oh, I can't find it. Anyway, I'm not going to waste too much time trying to find it. It's somewhere, and I can't find it on my computer. But don't worry. For the YouTube VOD, it's on the screen right now. We'll put it in post. We'll put the toast in post. Who's the scariest Silent Hill boss ever made? The Blood Mama from Silent Hill Book of Memories. When you don't have any weapons and you're out of wrenches. Definitely the scariest thing to encounter. Never heard of the Blood Mama? That's okay. Most people are not familiar enough with Book of Memories to know anything about it. There's a lot of fans who don't even know Book of Memories exists, and trust me, your life is better that way. Just pretend it doesn't exist. Don't look it up. Don't Google it. Definitely don't look up my playlist of playing all 500 zones of it and then setting my copy of it on fire at the end. Zachary Lee Antle. What's up? Welcome. Been watching your stuff for ages. First time catching a stream. Nice. Welcome to the live stream. Thank you for being here. Glad you enjoy my stuff. Henry fears Scott. He'll run from him and hide. He's fled to the west to the other side. But here comes Mildred with unknown intent. Scott lies face down, blind to her descent. Our clues for the new clock puzzle, which is basically the same as the original Silent Hill 2 clock puzzle. It's different. still have some of the same clues for Henry, Mildred, and Scott. It's still ultimately the same answer, 10 past 9 and 15 seconds. Who is it? Points for pronouncing last name right on first try. Can I get extra points because I don't have my glasses on and I legitimately was like squinting? Like, is that A-N-T-I-E or A-N-T-L-E? I think it's an L. Like, I'm gonna go with Antle. And even then, pronunciation could have been Antle. But on my glasses, I should be wearing my glasses. I should be wearing my glasses. But they hurt my nose. They hurt my nose. Yeah, I know. It's better to deal with the slight discomfort from the frames resting on my nose than the eye strain and worsening eye problems from not wearing them. Next save point, I'll need to take a break anyway. So I'll go grab him. Just stay there and be gross by yourself. God, the sound design. It's so good. I love all the ambient music and a lot of the sounds. Because they, for the most part, the remake utilizes a lot of the original audio. Sometimes it's sort of remixed. But a lot of the same, like, samples and things are there and being used. But this game does it in a really good way. So in that apartment that I mentioned was like essentially James and Mary's home being projected into reality, into the apartment buildings, the radio was this radio. This is like James and Mary's home radio hanging up here. Also a little bit of a reference. Oh. Yeah, and then it starts playing Magdalene. It's a little bit strange. I like that they incorporate the music diegetically. But it's also a little bit weird when James is like listening to a record that is a song by Akira Yamaoka, or hearing it on the radio like this. I think it's cool that they incorporate it that way, to have the music be a part of the scene, but a little strange. What did I think of the trailers of the movie Return to Silent Hill? Compared to the first one, it's kind of cheap looking. Not as bad as Silent Hill Revelation 3D, though. Yeah, I don't have high hopes for Return to Silent Hill. It also doesn't bode well that it's gone through kind of like a production hell. There's a lot of things that have not been... going well for that movie. It's been in the works for a very long time. It had difficulty finding people to support it and help, get it out, produce it. Christoph Gans is notorious for also making very strange decisions when it comes to the adaptations. He did a lot of that for the first Silent Hill movie, and for what it's worth, I like the first Silent Hill movie as its own thing. It's not a good adaptation of Silent Hill. Like, you can't watch the movie and be like, now I know everything about the story of Silent Hill. Like, it's completely its own thing, separate from the games, and on its own it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it's still kind of fun to watch. It has decent music from the games and some good cinematography and some good practical effects. And then Silent Hill Revelations is fucking dog shit all around. Like, the effects look terrible. There's like good casting. I think a lot of the characters look the part in Silent Hill Revelations. That's about one of the only positive things I have to say about that movie. But Return to Silent Hill, again, it doesn't bode well that they put out 3 trailers for that movie in the past, like, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that. The first one was a very amateurish, like a fan edit type of thing, even though it was an official trailer, and it was full of like grammatical errors and repeated text, like placeholder text that wasn't where it was supposed to be. And then a few days later, they released a revised version of that trailer, fixing some of those text problems, but it still didn't look very good. And then like 3 days ago, they released the international trailer, which is a much more professional looking edited trailer, but the footage used still looks very underwhelming. Like, the sets and the costumes And some of the effects and things don't look great just from the trailer, from what we've seen already. And that's the trailer. A trailer usually is trying to get you to watch the movie by showing off what they think looks the best. So if the trailer doesn't look great, my hopes for the movie looking any better than that are not very high. So yeah, I'm just kind of hoping, like, I've spent a lot of my life watching and enjoying bad movies. It's something that me and my wife both like doing. We both like watching shitty movies and laughing at them and making fun of them. It's a fun pastime, watching bad movies. But there's a difference between something being fun bad and something just kind of being bad. And I'm just hoping Return to Silent Hill will be fun. Even if it's bad. Even if it looks bad, even if it's not a good adaptation, I'm hoping it's at least a fun movie. What's a good, bad horror film for me to laugh at? I'm going to tell you my favorite good, bad horror film. Good luck tracking it down. I don't know if it's available anywhere, like where you can get it, or if it's on anything streaming. I have a DVD copy of it that is autographed by Tom Savini, the legend Tom Savini. And it's a movie called Death Foretold. Like death, and then the number 4, and then told. So, Death Foretold. It's a little anthology horror film. Very, very low budget indie. And it was one of the bad movies that I used to, anytime I was getting together with friends and people were like, let's watch a movie and let's put on some sort of shitty movie and laugh about it. I would always make my friends watch Death Foretold. It's terrible and low budget, but it has some really quality moments of like bad acting and over-the-top line deliveries that are really fun to quote. It's one of those things that a lot of my friends and I still quote and still think about to this day. And I think I introduced them to that movie like 20 years ago, almost 15 years ago, something like that, whenever. How dare you? Okay. Well, heal a little bit. Still stay injured. Wish Upon? Yeah, Rachel. Wish Upon is another good one. Good, bad movie. Will never not vote for the first 2 parts of Veronica. Yeah, Veronica, Night Killer. Rachel and I, we've got our favorites with like fun, bad horror movies. Those are all some solid go-tos. Death Foretold, Wish Upon, Night Killer. All fun stuff. Gotta put the hand in first. Suburban Sasquatch and Tartarus. Oh yeah, then we can start going into some of our favorite creators of bad films. Dave Waskovich, who gave us Suburban Sasquatch and Tartarus and Fungicide. Don't forget Fungicide. And Vitaly Versace, who gave us Last Vampire on Earth and shitty knockoff versions of Karate Kid. And apparently Aladdin, even though you can't find it anywhere. One of these days, I'm going to watch Vitaly Versace's Aladdin. Neil Breen. I mean, we're getting out of horror movies and just talking kind of bad movies, fun bad movies in general. But of course, you got to have Neil Breen in the conversation. Double Down, Pass Through. Dave stuff is quote-unquote horror. Those quotes are doing some heavy lifting. Hey, there's our stock whisper sound effect from the original. That whisper drove the Silent Hill community absolutely nuts for like 12 years. That whisper sound effect that you just heard is in the original Silent Hill 2. And here's a perfect example of fans overthinking things. And why you should always try to keep that in mind when you're analyzing Silent Hill games and talking about how you interpret things or what things might mean or how deep something is in a Silent Hill game. I always have to point out the whisper. Because in the original Silent Hill 2, that whisper happens, and it's random whether it happens. It doesn't happen on every playthrough, but that sound effect comes from the original Silent Hill 2, and a lot of fans were speculating for years and years and years, arguing about whose voice that was whispering and what they were saying. And people would argue and say that it's James's voice, and people would argue and say it's someone else's voice. People would argue and say that it's James saying, I'm gonna go home and do some laundry and kill my wife, and I made some mistakes. And all these people had all of these theories and ideas around it being James's voice and not knowing exactly what the dialogue says, but it's got to be related to the story and blah blah blah. There was even an interview, like fan speculation, from 2001 all the way up until like 2007 or 2008, something like that. And then Jeremy Blaustein, who did the localization and casting director and a lot of roles. He did a lot of things for the Silent Hill games, for 2, 3, and 4. But Jeremy Blaustein did an interview where somebody asked him about that whisper, and he didn't know for sure, but he was like, probably it's just an actor who was in the booth talking to themselves in between takes, And one of the Japanese sound guys who didn't speak any English just thought, hey, that's a creepy sounding whisper. I'll clip it and cut it up and put it into the game, and it'll be a nice creepy sound effect. That's what Jeremy Blaustein's guess was for what that original whisper sound effect was. A few more years go by, and fans discover the original sound effect CDs that Akira Yamaoka used for the sound design of the original Silent Hill games. Because a lot of the sound effects and music samples and things like that are used in the original Silent Hill games, they were just stock things that came on compilation sound effect CDs at the time. And that whisper that fans had been going crazy about figuring out what it is and what it means turned out to just be a stock sound effect from one of those CDs. Completely unaltered. Just sound effect from a stock sound CD that got dropped into the game. It was not any deeper than that. This thing that fans had gone crazy about, and even Jeremy Blaustein himself was unsure about. So that's one of those things to keep in mind. Anytime, it's always fun to theorize. It's always fun to think about the deeper meanings and intentions of things in the Silent Hill games. But sometimes a creepy sound effect is just a creepy sound effect. Sometimes it's just a stock sound whisper that's there to be unnerving and creepy and weird, and it's not any deeper than that. And I think that's something that's really important to keep in mind with these games. Like, there is a lot of depth and a lot of meaning and a lot of intention behind certain details and choices and the way certain things are presented. But they're also, at the end of the day, just games. They're horror games. And they're meant to be fun and scary and weird and creepy. And some stuff, that's all it is. It's just something there to freak you out. And it doesn't need to have any deeper meaning than that. Breen just finished filming his 8th full-length feature film. Full-length feature theatrical film. Yeah. Although, does he still include the theatrical tagline now that he's releasing his movies to streaming services and stuff? Probably. That sounds like a very Neil Breen thing, is to still... Even if it's streaming, it still goes to theaters, so you gotta have theatrical in there. Let's just heal. Oops. Love the look of the rotted bed, leading to this just gaping hole in the floor. Really great environmental set pieces in this game. And the flashback to the original coin puzzle. I love the design of the coin puzzle for the remake, and it is very funny seeing the original coin puzzle shelf just sort of smashed apart. Because it's kind of like, yeah, that makes sense. Why would you go through the trouble of solving the puzzle when it's like a little end table shelf like this that you could just like easily smash open? And it's just sitting there smashed in the corner. One last bad horror, Lichen Colony. Good old Lichen Colony. Awesome. All right, time to check on Angela. Still the same imagery for the apartment around her. Very similar to Eddie having all the football stuff around him. Little hints towards his past and sort of what brought him to Silent Hill. Similarly, we've got Angela's home sort of being recreated around the areas where you find her. And I've always liked the imagery of this sort of white, pure, more clean door next to the door that is just like blue and purple. It looks like a deep bruise, all boarded up with the bloody stuffed animal next to it, like the implications that it's a child's room. The bruised coloring of the door reflecting the bruising of Angela being physically abused, being boarded up, kind of representing that aspect of Angela being closed off. It's separated. All these little things that kind of give you little hints towards Angela's character. Her past, just strewn throughout the environment. Oh, that's right. There's also all these drawings, or paintings, rather, that show deer that are being stalked by wolves. More kind of subtle imagery there.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah. I'm James.
Angela.
Angela. Okay. Look, I'm not sure what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? What's the point? It's easier just to run. Maybe it's all we deserve.
We?
Me. You. We're all the same.
I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? Sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
No. Not yet.
Did she live here? In this building?
I don't know.
So all you know is that she lived in this town?
What did you say? How did you know that?
Well, I just figured because this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah. Sorry. Did you find the person that you were looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I don't know why I think she's here. She
died 3 years ago.
She's dead?
But don't worry, I'm not crazy. At least I don't think so.
I have to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town really is dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
No, it's okay. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure, no problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. No! I'm sorry! I've been bad! Please don't!
And now we have Angela's knife. Love this cutscene cipher. A good scene. A good scene. One of my favorite scenes in the original. Still a very, very good scene in this game too. And now that we have the knife, we can examine it a few extra times. One of the things that counts towards the in-water ending. And the key of resilience. Do you think Angela was looking for her mama to kill her and finish off the last one? Yes, that's definitely the implication. Like, Angela's dialogue straight up infers that's the idea. She's like saying, Mama, I found you. You're the only one left. Maybe now I can finally rest. I will say, I don't think Angela killed her whole family in reality. I think she only killed her father in reality, because that happens outside of the town, like before she even comes here. But based on the abuse in Angela's story, like, the town is manifesting for her, her family, her father, her brother, and her mom, who were all abusive to her in different ways. Like, her father and brother were both physically and sexually abusive towards her. And then her mother emotionally manipulated her, made her, told her that she deserved what happened. So I think Angela killed her father in self-defense, ran away to the town. The town is manifesting her family because that's what's in her subconscious. It's reflecting what she's thinking about, what she feels guilty about into reality. Hey, Goku. We get our loud metallic scraping noises. Gotta know pyramid heads around. Keep foreshadowing. Wouldn't doubt that the knife is something her mom used to threaten her. I mean, the implication is that the knife is just the murder weapon. I don't know if there's... It's possible that it was something that, you know, has more significance to Angela beyond that, but... That's the main thing, is just, it is the knife that she stabbed her dad to death with. Stabbed her dad to death with. Then we have the original boss fight arena. This is where you fight Pyramid Head in the original game. We'll even get a little flashback moment when we pass back through here. Bing bong. Okay. Made a save. I've been going for about 4.5 hours. I need to take a quick break. Why are my hotkeys broken? Oh, that's why. There we go. But yeah, I need to take a quick break and use the restroom, get some water. My stomach is kind of not feeling great today. So I don't know if today's going to be a particularly long stream. Like yesterday, we went for like 11 hours. I don't know if I'll be able to do that. We might have to split up Silent Hill 2 Remake today, depending on how I feel. But yeah, I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll get back to this in just a few minutes. Back in a bit.
What?
Okay. Back to it. G Crossy. Thank you so much for the Prime resub. Appreciate the 5 months. Thank you very much. Ezio, what's up? Thank you for the welcome back. Into the moth room. One of the few places where there's one effect that's in the original Silent Hill 2 that I wish they would have incorporated into this. In the original Silent Hill 2, the moths were attracted to your flashlight. So when you turn your light on, they would like swarm and fly around you. And if you turn your light off, they would like disperse back into the room. Didn't do that with them in the remake. Music in this part is so good. The music is great. I'm also, speaking of music, I'm also a little bit nervous about that aspect when it comes to the Silent Hill 1 remake. Because this music, like a lot of the music in the remake, is done by Arkadiusz Rakowski. And Arkadiusz has been with Bloober Team, I think, since Layers of Fear. He's been a part of it. So he's been responsible for a lot of the music in their games. He's worked with Akira Yamaoka on a few different games. They both worked together for stuff on the Medium. And I feel like a lot of his contributions to the sound and the music, Yamaoka did contribute a lot to the soundtrack for this as well. A lot of the original songs that are remade and redone, those were all done by Yamaoka. But all of the stuff that's completely new, that was not in the original, that's been added to this game, where it's not like a remix or a revision or anything of the original songs, like the song you're hearing now, those were done by Arkadiusz. And Arkadiusz is not with Bloober Team anymore, which means Arkadiusz will not be doing the music for the Silent Hill 1 remake. They probably will still have Yamaoka. I hope they still have Yamaoka on as a consultant, the same way they did for Silent Hill 2 remake. But we're not going to have Arkadiusz there. So hopefully the music's good. Hopefully they just leave it all in Yamaoka's hands. Or find somebody who can fill the big shoes left behind by Arkadiusz. Making my notes. Actually, I have notes for this. Hold on. There it is. They're basically just taking note of all of the numbers of symbols on the moth wings. So it's like 2 circles, 4 moons, 4 circles, 5 circles, 6 moons, 1 death skull, and then the ones that are back here, 2 death heads, 8 moons. Oh yeah, Death's Head Moth. Little reference to Silence of the Lambs there. Definitely a nod. But yeah, you're just taking those numbers corresponding to the number of symbols. So 8 minus 5, you get 3. 2 plus 5, you get 7. Yeah, they do the Paimon. They use the Paimon symbol. Although technically, it's... I mean, Paimon is like an actual demon. It wasn't something just from Hereditary. most likely the reason it's in this game is because the devs are fans of Hereditary. And there is a little slight difference between the actual, like, historical Paimon symbol and the version that's used in Hereditary. There's 3 loops on the inside part of the sigil instead of 4. I thought Paimon was from Genshin Impact. No, never mind. You're right. Thank you for the correction, Yami. Imagine if Ari Aster did a Silent Hill movie. I mean, I'd be down to watch that for sure. How the time flies. You can see there's a number 6 on the screen in the TV there, which lets you know that the 6th letter in this message at the bottom is the one that you're supposed to use for the 11th place, 11th letter out of the message. Really cool Easter egg with the photos. Where you collect all the photos, you count the number of subjects or find a hidden number in the photo. You take that letter from the message and put them in order based on the numbers on the backs of the photos. And it spells out the message, "You've been here for 2 decades." Again, it works on multiple levels. It works as a little nod to the loop theory for people who like that fan theory that's been around for a long time, which Bloober Team are clearly fans of. But it also works on a level of the player, the people who were around 20 years ago playing the original, now playing the remake. Works for them as well. Doesn't the remake more firmly set the game in the 80s? It doesn't firmly do anything in terms of timeline. You find newspapers talking about Joe DiMaggio's death in 1999. Like, there's newspapers with references and dates that go all the way up to 1999 and all the way back to like I forget what the earliest one you find is, like 78 or something. On one of the calendar years, or one of the newspaper headings. I don't remember which. But no, this game doesn't really, very much like the original. They left a specific time period very ambiguous. Remember, someone from Team Silent said at one point Silent Hill 2 was set in 70s or 80s? Yeah, that was Masahiro Ito. And I also feel like it's a bit of a mistranslation, or not necessarily a mistranslation, but he didn't get his full meaning across. I think the idea is that the game was designed around the aesthetic of the 70s and 80s. It's based on a lot of movies from the 70s and 80s, so that it maintains that style of aesthetic. I don't think he meant literally in terms of like series timeline that the game is supposed to take place in the 70s or 80s, just that it's designed after, you know, stuff like Jacob's Ladder, Blue Velvet, a lot of things where the source material that they're being very heavily influenced by comes from the 70s and 80s. So the game itself takes on that aesthetic, but it doesn't necessarily place it into a concrete answer in terms of timeline. Because then you also have Keiichiro Toyama from Silent Hill 1. Nice little reference to the movie there. Pyramid Head throwing the body. It's like throwing the skin at the church. But yeah, you also had Keiichiro Toyama in interviews after Silent Hill 1, where he was saying that they specifically went out of their way to not give a year for the story so that things would be left open and ambiguous. We're just gonna Dead by Daylight him. We're just gonna loop him. I'm looping. Oh no. Doing damage to him increases chance of in water ending? Does it? To be honest, I'm more familiar with the criteria in the original. I know the remake is similar, but there are some different things. In water criteria. Because I know we have it data mined. A lot of this stuff we wind up getting data mined for, like, the sake of speedruns. Speedrun community. So I'm just trying to make sure I find the accurate information. Oh, coin puzzle, Neely's bar message. So in water +1, player bad health. Killing enemies. Greater than 350. Oh, I need to be killing more people. I need to be killing more enemies. Stomping dead enemies. More than 30 for in water. Investigating Mary's photo adds 1 point to in water, as well as leave. Interesting. Sorry, this is all just me reading notes while I pause. But Pyramid Head boss fight outcome. If you choose to not damage Pyramid Head at all, the game will register the fight as denied and add a point to leave. If you actively engage with Pyramid Head, you decrease the timer faster and the value gets registered as forced. If you attack Pyramid Head but do so little damage that he's mostly timed out, it's registered as default, where no point is added to anything. So forced is the in water. So yeah. So we actually want to fight him. That'll help out with getting in water. Oh my god, he's kicking my shit in. Oh, damn. I didn't think that would hit. Not the choke. Well, Jesus. I just put this on standard, right? He's going so fast. Okay, so we've got a little bit of damage. So if we don't heal, that'll help count towards... That'll help count towards in water. That siren just keeps going. And then fighting Pyramid Head actually counts towards it. Well, that's good to know. I said I'm less familiar with the remake's ending requirement criteria than the actual original. And the Pyramid Head fight is not a thing. It doesn't affect like your ending in the OG.
Hey. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
I don't know. What's a big dum-dum like you doing here anyway?
Hey, that's not very nice. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? What you got there?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
What? Hey, wait! How do you know her name?
Since we were talking about Return to Silent Hill earlier, one of the things I was looking forward to the most is the fact that Evie Templeton is going to be playing Laura. So, the same actress who's playing Laura here in the remake is going to be playing Laura in Return to Silent Hill. But then I saw what she looks like in the trailer, and I'm like, why? They have her done up like a creepy little ghost child. There it is. I was waiting for the little Mary gasp. Weird Gans retcon incoming. I mean, it's the same thing. He likes to change stuff. He likes to take the story ideas and do lots of weird different stuff with them. It's the same way with the first movie. So we'll see how it turns out. I'm still going to go see it. Comes out in January. And I'll be sure to do like a full movie review video or something. Hey, our Roger Widmark article, tourist pamphlet brochure thing. This is from the OG. Welcome to Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. There's no better place than here to let go of your busy schedules and finally enjoy a relaxing vacation. Rows of quaint, rustic houses mark a gorgeous mountain landscape, and as the dawn turns to dusk, the surface of Toluca Lake shines a whole range of dreamlike colors. Silent Hill will move you and fill your heart with peace. We're more than certain your time here will be pleasant and leave you with memories that will stay with you forever. It doesn't say it on the on-screen text, but you can see at the very bottom, editor Roger Widmark. That Roger Widmark article, brochure thing, whatever. It's in the OG as well, almost word for word. It's like, again, slightly, ever so slightly rewritten. But same idea. You've avoided the Silent Hill movies? Are they worth watching at all, or will I just get annoyed?
This is it.
If you're expecting them to be accurate representations of the games, you'll just get annoyed. The first one, I enjoy it just for the sake of it being kind of... It's got you know, music from the games. It's got some good sets, some good costumes, some good practical effects. Some actors that I like. Got like Laurie Holden and Kim Coates, Sean Bean. It's not a very good, accurate representation of Silent Hill 1. So that's the most frustrating thing about the movies, in my opinion, is how many people treat the movies or mix the movies lore with like the games. Yeah, the second movie is pretty just bad. Like, not even in a fun way. And then we'll see how Return to Silent Hill winds up being. I said, we were talking about it earlier. I just kind of hope it's fun. I'm not expecting it to be good. But if it's fun or funny bad, just enjoyable for some reason, I'll be happy with that. I'm not expecting a good adaptation, or accurate anyway. In memory of the 67 who died of illness and now sleep beneath the lake. Reference to some of the world building, town history of a plague that swept through the area, made a lot of people sick, killed a lot of people. And it's why Brookhaven was created and grew. Or excuse me, not Brookhaven. I think Alchemilla was the one. Or was it Brookhaven? No, I think it is Brookhaven that got made in response to the plague, and then became a mental health facility compared to Alchemilla being the more general hospital. Sorry, I'm just over here wanting some coffee and waffles. But they got rid of my hot dog cart. The ice cream. They replaced it with ice cream and coffee and waffles. In the original, it's like hot dogs and pretzels. Little carts, kind of like this. I have norovirus at the moment and miss coffee so much. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you get feeling better soon. I can't talk. I was joking about wanting the coffee and waffles. I'm actually allergic to coffee. So. And it was an allergy that developed over the course of my life. Like, I didn't originally have that allergy. I used to drink coffee when I was younger. And sometimes allergies and stuff can develop. Weird shit can happen with your body chemistry as you get older. And I eventually got to a point where I just can't drink coffee. Every time I tried, I thought like maybe it's just a particular type or brand, or, you know, got unlucky and was being affected by something else that was mixed in it. And eventually narrowed it down. Just coffee in general. Not even caffeine, which is the more common allergy.
Mary? No. You're not.
There's Salome.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
My favorite streamer.
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. Your face, your voice. You could be.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Warm.
Sorry, I got confused.
Hey. Where are you going?
I need to find Mary.
Didn't you say she died?
Oh. Yeah. 3 years ago. It's just. I got a letter from her.
A letter.
I know how it sounds. I'm not. I don't.
Hey. It's okay. So, what did the letter say?
She said she was waiting for me. In our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
I don't know anymore. There was something. I can't quite.
Hey! I think I might know. I mean, there's this one place. Not far from here.
What kind of place?
The kind two lovers might call special. I can show you if you want. Unless you have somewhere else to be. Something else to do. Hey, easy there. I'm just messing with you. Come on. It's this way.
You're coming with me? Can't you just tell me where it is?
You're just gonna leave me here? Alone? With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
Is it because I remind you of her? You loved her, didn't you? Didn't you?
All right, just... Come on.
So it's okay.
Yeah.
Good scene. I like that version of the song too.
Come on, let's go.
Good performances from Salome and from Luke. Zachary, try convincing me these two are from the UK and Iceland. They do some very good, very convincing American accents. That's not an easy thing to pass off either.
Through here.
They're good. They're professionals.
This place we're going to, what is it exactly?
It used to be kind of a special place for young couples in these parts. I think it's easier if I just show you.
Dialogue's fine, expanded on it a bit, while not indulgent. For the most part, yeah. Salome was pregnant while she was working on this game. She talks about that quite a bit in her streams when she was doing her first playthrough of this game.
Just a woman. Killed for no real fault of her own by moral, upstanding folk.
So some of the mocap actually had to be done
What do
by
you mean?
another
That's true,
actress. And actually, what's her name? Because she's in Baldur's Gate 3. Devra Wild. Devra Wild, who is Lae'zel in Baldur's Gate 3, also did mocap for some of the creatures in Silent Hill 2 Remake, and she helped mocap some of Maria's stuff, some of the stuff that Salome couldn't do because she was pregnant at the time. So like when Maria falls in the hallway when you're being chased by Pyramid Head at the end of Brookhaven, Salome did the first like few steps of that animation that you see. She recorded that, and then they had Devra come in and record like the actual tripping and falling. Victim of persecution by the Christians, Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. Some of your little bit of background story of the cult, even though the cult doesn't really play a huge main role in Silent Hill 2, they're still present. They're still part of it, especially with like the rebirth ending and Ernest Baldwin, the ritual items, and little references to the history of like Jennifer Carroll and stuff like that. I like that the cult is still part of the world, even though it's not a main part of the story. That's something that I really like about Silent Hill 2. Because a lot of people don't necessarily like the cult-centric plot of like Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3. I like that Silent Hill 2 does its own story, even though the cult is not like directly involved, but it's still part of the overall world building.
There, we can go through the motel.
Yeah, Ezio, by the way, if you want to share that link, go ahead. Hey, Kalishtar. Leggy Ambush Simulator is going pretty well. Although I was hoping to finish it today, but I'm kind of feeling not great at the moment. I think it's just indigestion, just like my stomach not feeling good, but... Is she still streaming the game currently? Salome is still streaming currently, but she's well past Silent Hill 2 Remake at this point. She's actually playing the original Silent Hill 2 now.
Whoa! Hey! Why'd you do that?
But yeah, Salome started off with Silent Hill 2 Remake. She finished that. She played Silent Hill 1, finished that. Then she played Silent Hill 3, finished that. And now she's working through the original Silent Hill 2. She's still in the middle of that playthrough. But she's like legitimately a Silent Hill fan. There's a lot of times where like actors will play a game or, you know, something like that they were involved in, and it's just kind of like a little maybe publicity sort of thing. Salome legitimately was just interested in seeing the game that she was in, and has just quickly been accepted into the Silent Hill fandom, and has just been going through and playing and enjoying all the games now. No, she's streaming it on Twitch. She's streaming it on Twitch. Let me actually do another shout out. I did that earlier. Or I'll just do link to her channel directly in chat. There you go. Twitch.tv/Salome something. But yeah, she's great. She's also rated my channel. And she's been watching some of my videos. I know she's been watching my cam hack playthrough of Silent Hill 2 Remake. And sharing some fun trivia, like Mary's wedding rings. When you see Mary at the end of the game, and you actually see like a full character model.
It's the wrong way anyway.
Before the final boss fight. Using a cam hack, you can like look at her hands and character model details up close. And you can see her wedding rings. And it turns out that those are Salome's wedding rings. Like they just modeled
The walls are so thin, you can hear everything.
her rings after Salome's actual real life wedding rings.
Jealousy.
So, cool stuff. Also, cold drinks. I went on a whole tangent about the cold drinks vending machines during Silent Hill F yesterday. If you know, you know. Cold drink vending machines. They're in Silent Hill 3 and also Blade Trinity. I went down a crazy rabbit hole of learning about vending machines. But I love that we have the cold drink vending machine in Silent Hill 2 Remake as well. Boom, boom, bam, boom, bam, boom, bam, boom. I love this song too. Although it always makes me want to play Diablo. Makes me want to go to Tristram. If anyone needs anything, I'm fixing the pipes at 107. Scribble, scribble. We aren't even at Brookhaven yet. The pacing in this game is probably my biggest gripe. I mean, to be fair, I'm not playing it super efficiently. We're stopping and looking at stuff. I'm stopping and not progressing the game while talking about random other stuff.
Is everything all right? Hey, you okay? It's like you froze for a second.
Yeah, it's fine.
I love the acknowledgement of James staring off when he's using the save point.
Cozy.
But yeah,
This room.
even if you are kind of progressing through the game at a more, I guess, normal pace,
I think we should leave.
I do think the pacing is a little bit off. The game feels a little bit too padded.
I'm not so sure.
Game feels a little too padded at times. Also, Silent Hill 3. This is the hotel room that Douglas and Heather stop and stay in when they first arrive in the town. You can even see Douglas's hat over here on the chair. And considering Bloober Team is now doing Silent Hill 1, I'd say it's fairly certain we're going to get a Silent Hill 3 remake from them eventually as well. (2032) we'll get that Silent Hill 3 remake.
Can you let me in?
Oh. I opened the door for her, but she's confused. she get stuck? She gets stuck. Oh, there she goes. Hey.
Why, thank you, good sir.
And then she just immediately turns and locks on with the classic Maria outfit. One less. 3. One more. 8. 3 less. 0. 1 more.
Hey, you think I'd look good in this one?
I'm gonna blind you. I'm gonna blind you for saying that. I'm still very surprised and somewhat disappointed that this is not unlockable. Like, the model is there, the clothes are there. You took the time to make it and render it. We can't just have the character wear it as like an alternate thing? Even as like just a fun New Game Plus unlockable thing? We can have James in a silly Pizza Head mask. But we don't get to use...
You know I would. It's a classic.
We don't get to use the classic costumes. We don't get classic costume James with like all the patches and stuff on the jacket. And we don't get classic Maria, even with the outfit literally in the game. Oh my god, Maria! I'll save you.
No! Please help me! Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I panicked.
So that's what it was for. Yay.
Where'd you know?
Just down this way.
Best line in the game. That little yay. That like sarcastic mostly, but there's still somewhat of a playful, genuine tone to it. As much as I like going and looking at the Baldwin Mansion, because this is where Born from a Wish takes place in the original game's sub-scenario. For the sake of in water, I think we don't want to go and have this conversation. Also love the performances in this game, which surprises me because of how bad the acting in Layers of Fear was.
3 years.
Hey, I agree. I was not expecting this game to be as good as it wound up being, because I did not enjoy any of Bloober Team's previous games. They were always really good at doing visual effects.
Nothing.
I think they were really well suited for doing graphics and visuals, but a lot of their acting and writing and story and gameplay, all of that was ranged from bad to underwhelming. So I never really enjoyed. I went through and I played like every Bloober Team game, and I just didn't get into any of them. So I had really low expectations for Silent Hill 2 Remake when it was first announced that Bloober Team was going to be making it. And even for the couple of small complaints that I have about things with this game, it's still an amazing game. It's still such a good game. Far, far better than I ever would have expected. It's not perfect. No, nothing really is. And it's such a difficult thing to tackle in the first place. Doing a remake of such an iconic game that is also something that's really familiar to me and that I've been passionate about for such a long time.
Strange.
And they did a great job with it.
This should not be here.
Well, it is. So, what now?
Now we look for another way.
This is Bloober's best work, IMO. I would agree. And I would say, though, honorable mention to Chronos.
What?
Chronos the New Dawn is also very good. Kind of falls apart at the end, but I really enjoyed Chronos. That was also surprisingly good for them doing something more original. Hey, Feebox. Yeah, Bloober's been improving every game, for sure.
James?
Stay close.
Over there!
What's the interpretation of the wind in the remake? I wish I had a more well thought out and thoughtful answer, I guess. But honestly, I don't know. I think it's more of just like a gameplay thing. It's easier to kind of railroad the player along the path. Because, to be fair, the original has a lot more, like, you figure it out. Like, just wander around until you figure out where you're supposed to go. You'll find notes and hints about, like, kind of what your next step is. But it's ultimately up to you to even explore and look around enough to find those notes and pick up on those hints and then follow them to the next story beat. Whereas this kind of just simplifies it into wind. There's a bunch of wind, so we have to get out of here. We have to hurry up to the next scene. There might be a deeper, more meaningful, and I'm sure there's more thought and intent behind it than just that. But it's nothing that is ever like really talked about or hinted at within the context of the game. So I don't know. I kind of understand it as a gameplay mechanic, but in terms of lore and story, why that was added, I'm not really sure. This reminds me, I need to catch up on Salome's VODs playing the original Silent Hill 2 because I want to see what she says about this. Because apparently she mocapped a little bit of a extended version of this scene of her getting the key and opening up the door, which the way she described it during her stream when she was playing Silent Hill 2 Remake makes it sound more like the animation that was in the original game. Because this is kind of like a shorter version of it. So it sounds like they had her mocap more close to the original at first and then just didn't use all of it and kind of shortened it for the remake. But I want to see how Salome reacts when she gets to that part in OG Silent Hill 2, if she recognizes that mocap, that full mocap that she did, even though it wasn't used in the final version, not the full thing. Ready to kill it.
Maria? Hello?
Hello? I love all these little Easter eggs. Cafe 5 to 2. That's the diner in Silent Hill 1. At the start of Silent Hill 1. Cafe 5 to 2. Of course, Pete's Bolorama, the dance company, all these places that are around town here. Toluca Light, the beer based on Toluca Lake. Heaven's Night Wild Wednesdays. Favorite scene acting-wise in the game? Yeah, I really like the Heaven's Night cutscene in this game. This is one of my favorite songs, and I love the version of this song in the remake, but it's also, I think, one of the best performed scenes for both Salome and Luke. They both have some really good dialogue, some really good line deliveries, and the little miniature facial changes. There's some real subtle stuff going on with the character models. And I know a lot of that is the actual facial capture of the actors. Some of it is like altered and tweaked by the animators and stuff as well. To emphasize certain elements of it, but still, overall, the performances are what make it. But really good scene here.
Maria?
Yeah, see, this is a little nod to the old fan rumor about Maria doing a striptease.
What?
That was around shortly after the release of the
Come on,
original
don't Give
game.
me that look.
Long since debunked,
I was just kidding.
but still was popular among the community for a long time.
Is this a special place you met?
Don't be silly. Just have to go through and out the front. Then again, now that we're here, Can we stay? Just for a little while. Catch our breath before we head back out there.
I don't have time to take a break. Mary could be out there, waiting for me.
I love this section of the song so much.
It's just
The piano with that bass in the background.
this place, this whole thing. It's like a nightmare.
So
I just
good.
wanted to get away from it, even for a second. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I guess this place is getting to me, too. Am I crazy? You know, for thinking she could be here.
Crazy is one word for it, I guess. I can think of another.
Stupid.
What's that?
Stupid and dumb.
Hopeful.
Well, that's a nicer way of putting it.
Here.
What are you doing?
Something to take the edge off. No? You sure?
See, I love the look here.
Fine.
Great facial acting,
that way.
great line delivery from Salome.
Here's to
And then James's
to
face,
hope. Undying.
looking back and forth between Maria's face and the glass, and then he just ultimately is focused on the glass. Curling up his hands, he's like tapping them,
Fine.
keeps glancing back down at it. You can see him like licking his lips, opening his mouth
Ready when
again.
you are.
Does that last little look back at it where he's still considering it. So we still get those little hints about James's drinking, even without having text the way we did in the original game to sort of explain it. All told just through the facial expressions and the acting in the scene. That's some good shit. That's some good shit. Very well done. I said there might be some things here and there with the remake that I don't necessarily agree with the change, or I don't necessarily enjoy, like some of the changes in intention behind some of the dialogue. But that stuff is really few and far between, and there's many more parts of this game that are like this, where they really understood the assignment. Bloober did really well with it. The actors did really well with it. The animations and everything come across and sell the performances. When it all comes together, it's so good. Nurse costume. Potentially just foreshadowing the nurses in Brookhaven, but it also sort of resembles a little bit of Eileen's costume, nurse costume unlockable in Silent Hill 4. Maybe a little bit of a nod towards that as well. Is it appropriate to figure part of it is also the element of James figures drinking with another woman might be seen as unfaithful to Mary that's making him uncomfortable? I mean, that potentially is another layer to it, that James doesn't feel right having this moment with someone else, because he is focused. He's laser focused on just finding Mary. Like, that's what he's convinced himself of. And it's the one thing that he's like trying to hold on to. So everything else he just sort of sees as an obstacle, as a distraction. But specifically that, yeah, that he'd be spending time doing something that can be seen as somewhat intimate, you know, sharing a drink with somebody, with someone who's not his wife, making him uncomfortable. It's an interesting take on it. All right. Unfortunately, I am going to have to go ahead and just call it here. I wanted to try and get a game a day, but I'm not feeling 100% today. But we've been going for almost 6 hours, and we can pick this back up tomorrow and probably finish this off, as well as Silent Hill: The Short Message. So we'll probably do all that together tomorrow. But thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out for day 2. Again, I'm trying to mostly stick to 1 game a day, but otherwise, it's just a casual replay of all of these games over the course of the next month. So we'll do what we can. If you want to try to keep up with when I'm going live, let me get you a link to our Discord server. That's usually the best way to know what I'm doing, when I'm going live, and also just kind of keep up with our awesome community. We've got a lot of different channels for discussing Silent Hill. If you have questions about the games, want to discuss some theories, want to look up some information, we share a lot of interviews and social media posts and all sorts of information regarding Silent Hill. And in general, our community just hangs out and chats about video games and food and cat pictures and everything else. It's a cool, chill community. Everybody's welcome to join. You don't have to be a subscriber or anything. And then, like I said, if you just want to keep up with when I'm going live, that's also the best way to do it. So that is that. Let's go raid somebody. See where we can go. I really wish Twitch would stop messing with my settings for how I sort my followed channels. Oh, damn. Lets you sort them? I mean, you can sort like viewers high to low or recommended for you. And I pretty much almost always want it to be viewers high to low. And every time I go to it, Twitch defaults, like resets it to recommended, which is just kind of like random order, basically. We're gonna go raid Selena. Selena's a big Silent Hill fan, big horror fan in general. And if you watched the first Silent Hill transmission, if I could actually speak and say words. If you watched the original Silent Hill transmission, Selena was hosting it. Yeah, and they spelled her name wrong when her name came up. But Selena's live, and she is playing Junji Ito Maniac and Infinite Jail. I have no idea what this is. It's apparently a Junji Ito horror game. I like Junji Ito. Selena's cool, so show her some love. Drop her a follow. Enjoy whatever Junji Ito Eternal Jail is, or whatever it's called. And yeah, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow for some more Silent Hill 2 Remake. Till then, be good to yourselves, be good to each other. Much love. Peace.